There he is. What the hell? Good morning, Stanley. Craig is here and Darren is here. You like my thumbnail? This guy here threatened me if I didn't put him on the thumbnail. He said, "Put me on the thumbnail, or I'm going to cut your throat." He's a good boy. Hello, Alden. Hey, they got some new flavors we're picking up today. I'm excited for new flavors. Um, Doing okay. I keep my victims happy, do the best I can, and I think we're doing okay. I think, whatever this stuff is that the doctor has me on, I think it's actually working a little bit. It seems to be helping. The mind's a little clearer. I had to stop taking the Flonase stuff. Where is that stuff? I had to stop taking this crap for my nose because it was making it worse. Oh my God, it was making it worse. I stopped taking this, and in a day and a half, it got better. This was clearing up my nose. It was doing a great job of keeping my nose clear, but it was making the phlegm problem worse. Like, instead of coming out my nose, all of it was coming out my mouth, and I was choking on the stuff. Like, literally, because it was causing a gag reflex. It was just horrible. So while that cleared up my nose issue, it didn't do anything for my excess snot production. And so instead of coming out my nose, it just all came out my mouth. It's nasty. So I stopped using it, and it got better almost right away, like a day and a half later. So he's got to figure something else out. Yeah, we love this Clear American soda. It's 0 calorie, so it's relatively safe for us to have. And, well, from what I understand, it's I think it's called post nasal drip. When I was this is funny. When I was a kid, I used to wonder. I could turn it down a little bit. I used to wonder if, like, I'm not kidding. When I was a kid, I don't know if I'm getting the Viper. I'll have to ask. The I used to get worried that I was losing my head, like my brain was being eaten from the inside. I was 10 years old, okay? And I got genuinely worried that I was gonna lose my brain because I was blowing my nose so much and I had so much snot coming out of my nose on a daily basis that I wondered, where's it coming from? If I have that much snot, does that mean there's a hole inside my head that big holding all that snot? I didn't know at the time that snot actually comes from your intestines, and it comes up your throat from your intestines, and it's used to coat things and smooth things out. It's got many different purposes. It's good. It's needed. It captures contaminants and stuff like that. And well, I have an overproduction of it. And postnasal drip is when the if I understand correctly, I actually have to look it up. I never actually looked it up. It's whatever I have is when the snot comes back into your mouth. So you end up and you spit it out, and it's actually snot, the same stuff that comes out of your nose. Most you don't realize that your nose cavity is actually connected to your throat. It goes to the same place, and that's how people can put a spaghetti noodle in their nose and have it come out their mouth and stuff like that. There's a little flap that's supposed to keep that from interconnecting too much. And well, I have an overproduction of that. I guess it's mucus, phlegm, snot, whatever. I have an overproduction of it. And what happens is if my nose fills up, it backtracks into my throat. Now, the weird thing is, oh, in your ears. That's interesting. Oh, that's right, because if you hold pressure, you can make your ears pop. What's weird though is that if your body won't let you swallow it. If I take the snot in my throat and I swallow it, it doesn't go down to your stomach. Or if it does, the body pushes it back up. I guess it's not healthy for the body, so the body realizes it needs to evacuate the stuff. And so if you don't get rid of it, you literally choke on it. So what happens is it's like sticking your finger down your throat and gagging. It's called a gag reflex, and it's designed to keep you from choking on stuff. And well, the snot will build up enough that it activates that gag reflex, and it's like you puke, but you're not puking. You're just gagging on the stuff that's in there. Well, this made it worse. I think we're making Pygar uncomfortable. Well, they got some new flavors of the Clear American, and so we got every one of them. They have let's see, lemon. Well, lemon's not a new flavor. Lemon's not a new flavor, but they've never had it in stock for a while, so we got lemon. They have strawberries and cream, pineapple coconut, cotton candy, blackberry lemonade, which sounds amazing, and watermelon. I was like, oh hell yes, we're getting every one of those. Yeah, isn't it thrilling? Barbecue, baby. You what do you call it? Um, you pike them and you put them on a spit. Lots of barbecue sauce. So some of the prints I made on the FL Sun SR, the Super Racer. First, it needs fans. I'm going to start getting harsher on manufacturers because there's no longer an excuse. I don't want to hear it about price. They need to start putting ball bearing fans in these printers because the one up in the top of the printer is already failing and making a holy hellish racket. As the damn fan tries to get going. Because the freaking bushing based fans they use, and not only is it a bushing fan, but it's a horrible bushing fan. It's like, come on, spend the extra 15-20 cents and put dual ball bearing fans in these things from now on. There's no excuse anymore. And the same with your power supplies. Make a special order for power supplies with ball bearing fans. How much could it possibly cost? It's going to add what, $5 or $10 to the cost of the printer? Do it. I'm tired of the fads. But the prints aren't too bad. You guys, of course, saw the nut and bolt that we made and how I can finger tighten it just like that. So it did a good job on that. Oop. And that was running at 200%. So it did a nice job on that. If we can get it to focus. There we go. And this is printing the stock G code at 200% speed. So it was really cooking along. And oiling only helps for a little bit. The fans are just, well, what it is, the tolerances between the bushing and the fan, the shaft are, so you have a shaft and then you have a bushing, and what happens is the tolerances are bad. So the bushing is able to tilt like this. And so what happens is it goes and it tilts at a high frequency, and well, that's why you hear that sound. I still haven't put the damn fan in the Chiron. I ordered one fan. It hasn't shown up. I just placed an order for another fan because unlike most printers, I can't just cut the wire and splice in a new fan because that printer has a breakout board. And obviously I'm not going to damage the breakout board. That's convenient. So I actually need a fan with that little white plug, that little Molex plug, to plug into the breakout board. And as soon as I have that fan, I'm going to print the rest of Rancor. Get him printed, get him painted. Apparently he's supposed to be brown. We found out last time. And then I printed. This is actually gonna go on my car. So I printed the Mandalorian helmet. That is a hitch ball cover. So this covers up your hitch ball on your car. So that's gonna go on my car. I'm just gonna put a little black in here to finish that out. Not bad. This is that silk silver, that janky silk silver, so it amplifies everything. Crimp set won't help because I need one with a plug. It's not a matter of crimping or anything like that. I need the plug, and I misplaced the fan that I pulled. Actually, no, sorry. Yeah, no, I misplaced it because it did have a fan, but it was destroyed. The fan was cracked in half, and I don't know what I did with that fan, so I don't have one of those plugs. So I'm waiting for one of these fans to arrive that has a. It's a common plug. It's not a proprietary plug. It's not a special plug. You can buy fans that already have the plug on it. It's that common white plug that we all use, but just the particular fans that happen to come with that plug just haven't arrived from Amazon yet. What are you gonna do? But that came out really nice. I'm actually very pleased with that. Machine did a good job on that. There we go. You see the layers there? That's pretty nice. So that's going to go on my car. Then I printed that grenade plant pot. That came out really cool. I actually really like that. I did it at 200% scale. So now I have a big grenade plant pot. There's the drain hole on the bottom there. I keep seeing that, and I keep thinking, why the hell is he telling everybody that? And then I realize it's name. It's his name. I should, yeah, hang on. Oh, wait a minute, it'll be in my download history. Downloads, Mandalorian hitch cover, and under README. Here it comes. I might redo him in TPU because TPU should be a little bit better for a hitch cover. First of all, it's a little more heat resistant, it's a little more shock absorbing, and it's a little more grippy. So it'll like stick to the ball a little bit as you force it on, scale it until it's the right size. And but for now this is good. Fan Q, I assume that means fan question. And then if you want to print, here's the grenade. Where is it? Here? Nope. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Funny. Here's your grenade planner. And then zip. And then here is the grenade printer, the grenade planter, which I actually find kind of cool. I like it. Hi, Sarah. How you doing? Thank you. Hang on a second. I got to put you on speakerphone. There we go.
Yeah, he said happy birthday.
Cool. Thank you.
Doing anything today for your birthday?
Yep. You are talking to all my viewers.
Oh, you're streaming.
Yeah. So you get you get to be on my live stream.
Are you doing anything after your stream for your birthday?
Probably not.
Why?
Costs money.
Yeah, that's true.
One of my viewers actually sent me a gift card for Texas Roadhouse. But it's been over a year since I got it, so I gotta find it.
Oh, Lord.
Because I love Texas Roadhouse.
Oh, I know you do.
Yes, I did. It really burns when I pee. Yeah, that's the name of one of my viewers. It really burns when I pee.
Oh.
We're gonna get to that next. I've started printing Astro.
All right, man. I'm gonna let you stream.
Oh, that's okay. They love this stuff. Does the formula look okay?
Yeah, it came in the other day, and they're huge containers.
Yeah, it's a lot. I was like, that was so much. I was like, I don't know if she wants this, but I'm just gonna get it because it's $0.
Yeah, I plan on breastfeeding, but if the situation occurs where the baby won't latch, or I'm not home and Jay has to emergency feed the baby,
yeah,
we have that. So.
Well, it's got a pretty long shelf life, so just having it is nice to have, you know.
Yeah. If worse comes to worse and I wind up not using it, I might just find a pregnant woman to give it to.
Exactly. Yeah, perfect. Like I said, it was absolutely $0, so there's no pain there.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know that they made formula that big.
But it's like a powder, isn't it?
Yeah.
You mix it? Okay. Well, yeah, when you're feeding something, you tend to need a lot of it, so they tend to come in big containers.
Yeah.
Hungry critters. So when's the demon expected?
August 14th. Except last night I kept having labor dreams, so now I'm paranoid.
So they could predict it that closely?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, when I got the original confirmation of the pregnancy, they said August 13th, but yeah, so my doctor is now saying August 14th, which is only a day apart, so.
One of the viewers said if the baby won't latch, I could probably 3D print an adapter for that.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm still hoping it's going to be a chest burster, you know?
Y'all are ridiculous.
Huh?
Y'all are ridiculous.
Absolutely.
Oh, Chris, 8 more weeks.
Just remember, I am your worst nightmare. Because I could spoil the living shit out of that critter and I don't have to deal with them.
Yep. I know, Mom's getting mad at all the shit you're saying.
What's happening?
Mom's getting mad at all the stuff you've sent me.
Why?
Because she wants to buy the baby stuff, and I'm like, well, buy the baby other stuff. Get over it.
No, that's okay. If I can provide some stuff for them at no cost to me, it's stupid of me not to.
Right.
All I gotta do is pay the tiny amount of tax on it. Just like that freaking what was that, $450 crib thing?
Mm-hmm.
So it's gonna cost me $80. I mean, hello, it's a name brand, high end, $400 or $500 thing. It's gonna cost me almost nothing.
Right.
I mean, it'd be crazy not to take advantage of it.
Yeah.
Especially good stuff, It's not like used or crap name. It's name brand stuff.
Right.
So I especially just love that. I'm really pissed off. I think I already did. I already went back and I changed my review on that bed to 2 stars because I still haven't gotten a reply from the manufacturer or the seller because it's supposed to have there's supposed to be bars available. So that bed that you can keep adjusting it as the baby gets bigger.
Yeah.
Well, you need a little kit to make that final conversion into like a day bed. And I can't find it anywhere, and the seller hasn't replied. And I was like, that's number one, that should have been included. What is that squeaking?
I don't know.
Oh, you're not hearing it on your end?
No.
Interesting.
Yeah, no idea.
But so that pisses me off that we can't make that final conversion without that kit.
Right.
But what are you gonna do? But yeah, I love the fact that the stroller and the car seat are all good until he's almost 10 years old.
Yep.
You know, it's just less crap you have to buy.
True. Fuck, man. I'm so tired.
Yeah, I'm a little tired too. I don't know why. I slept pretty good. I slept okay, I guess.
I just had a very interesting night.
Yeah, I think the audio is feedbacking off of the. I had it sitting on a stand. Yeah, my kitty's sleeping on the chair. He loves it up there.
Oh.
That's actually the problem I have with getting any replacement chair, is that the replacement chairs don't have the big, thick back.
Oh, you sleeping on the back of your computer chair?
Yeah.
Storm used to do that to Jay.
Thank you, Kyle. I appreciate that. Yeah, the back of the chair is thick enough that he can actually walk and lay on top of it. So he's sleeping on it right now.
Yeah, Storm used to do that to Jay back at Papa.
Actually, I need to get a picture of this right now because it's absolutely adorable. Hi, kitty. Yeah. There we go. He's just too adorable. Oh, I can't get over how lucky we got with these cats, Sarah. They're just such good cats.
Yeah. Too bad they don't like me.
Oh, they like you. It's just that remember, since they were born, they just never seen other people.
Right.
So anybody who comes into the house, they hide. But if you were actually here overnight, they would have been fine with you by morning.
Yeah.
I mean, you were already almost.
Finish extreme. I might give you a call later on tonight.
Okay.
All right, love you.
You got it.
Bye.
Bye. That's my sister. She's in Tennessee. She's getting a new minion. Well, I can just do print screen. You know, I don't have to do that. Just do this. Boom. There. I got a picture of it. She works a lot of hours. So anytime she calls, I take her call. But yeah, all the other chairs that I'm looking at don't have this thick back that the cat can lay on. And he really likes being there, you know. He just loves sitting up here like this. Yeah, he's a good boy. He's my baby. So whatever chair I get, I'm gonna have to add something to the back so that he still has some platform to lay on. Yeah. Yeah, that's the people who make this camera, they have a minion version where this looks like a minion. It's like, I want it so bad. You want to see the cat pic? Here we go. There he is. Yeah, pretty much he lives on the back of this chair and on that perch on the door. They love the perch on the door. That was the best thing we got for the cats. They love that perch so much. But yeah, the grenade came out great. In fact, I would love for him to make a high. You can see there's a lot of, you can see all those lines in there. That's decimation of the 3D mesh. I would love for somebody to make a higher quality mesh for this, because this is just a really cool planter. You know, you don't even have to recognize it as a grenade to just think it's pretty cool looking. You know, it's just nice looking. But yeah, that printed on the Senior Racer. And then that guy who you guys introduced me to, I actually found him before, but what's the name? I actually have a whole folder just on his stuff. Steve Solomon. So I've started printing Astro. So I printed the 2 silver parts, and they came out fantastic. And there's the head. And next, I got the roll of white. I'm going to print the white parts. Oh. And then I think I'm going to resin print the collar, because I could print it in the transparent green, which I think would look really cool. And then I think there's a black part for his tongue and his eyes. So the way his models work is they're all separate pieces that you then assemble to make the model, so you can do multicolor models. So printing that out, it's doing great. Yeah, my kitty's cute. There he is right there. I love my kitty. Such a good cat. Make a lead out of Sugru. What do you mean, make a lead out of Sugru? I know what Sugru is. Tenjin. Hang on, let me look it up. Oh, you keep asking me for a foot. How bad do you want a foot? Wow, yeah, that's a good deal. The $350 is the normal price. Welfare God, you said you wanted a foot. I downloaded the Tic Tac gun. I want to print that. Because, hang on, gotta find it. Ooh, that's 10 by 13. I want 12 by 16. Who cares? Who cares? The printer can't do anything that requires more than an 8-bit board. All my Ender 5s have the 8-bit board. Hang on, let me find a link for the Banggood. Holy crap, there it is, $199. I'll add a link in just a second. Stop it. Stop it with all the freaking pop-ups. Jesus. That seems like a pretty good price, too. That is not what I want you to do. Oh, crap. It won't let me make the link again. Control V. There's a link for the CR10 or the Ender 5, and then once you go there, you can go to any other thing and get the same thing. And CR10 Mini for $149. That's a really good price. Is that the one I'm thinking of? Jesus, with the friggin' pop-ups. Come on. Why do you keep doing that? Wow, that's a fantastic deal. I mean, that's better than an Ender 3. That's a 300 by 220 by 300 build volume. My God. CR10 Mini for 150 bucks. Jesus, I gotta send out a Twitter post on this. No, that's no good. That's a stupid YouTube link. That's because of that shift. Damn, that's a good deal. The Ender Loop? What's that? Is that converting an Ender 3 to a conveyor belt? Because I actually would like a non 45 degree tilted conveyor printer. Because I want to print normal parts, but many of them. I don't need to print giant parts, but there are some of the parts that I print don't work at 45 degrees. Actually, I was doing a search for that. Hang on, I also have to find that thing for Welfare God. Cool. Because I really want to print a print mill printer that's not 45 degrees. 45 degrees is wonderful when you're printing something really long. But I have something where I just need to print a lot of the same thing. And I just want that machine to just crank them out. The only problem is I think I'm going to be switching to nylon for the heat resistance and the toughness. Sorry, I'm looking at this at the same time, and that's a little hard to do. Hello, David Carter. But like printing like the motor retainers for my rockets and the replaceable fins for the rockets, it would just be really handy to be able to just queue up 100 of them and just tell the machine just go. I've tried doing them at 45 degrees, it just doesn't work. See, like one of the things I love that I got for my sister was I got her these baby carrier things, but I got her name brand ones, Graco and stuff like that. They're like $250 a piece. It's like she could never afford that. I got it for nothing. Well, it depends on how flexible. The Well, because you need to remove the print. And the advantage of the conveyor is that it forces the part off the print as it goes around. Well, the hot end as a sweep only works when the part easily removes from impact from the hot end. If it doesn't, then the whole thing jams up. And remember, power is expensive here, so I tend to want to run without a heat bed. They have all these stained glass lamps that are just so beautiful, but I don't have that much space for lamps, and they're expensive. But like, look at this. Look at these lamps. I mean, that's just beautiful. I love that kind of stuff. But there was something specific on here that I think Welfare God would want. I got all these sunshades to well, I tell people that she has an active 3D print that's ongoing. I mean, when you think about it, your body's literally a 3D printer for babies. Come on, how deep in is it? It was just on here yesterday. They must have added a whole bunch of new stuff. A lot of it being junk. Yeah, 149 for a CR10 Mini is ridiculous. I mean, that's a 300 by 220 by 300 build volume. So that's an even bigger build volume than the Ender 5. Did he come in there to annoy you? Holy crap, a battery backup. I have to grab that. That is the first time I saw a UPS on here. Wow. Oh, yeah. Is that another one? That's a little one, but I'll take that too. Yeah, I'll take both. UPSs for free? Yeah, all day long. Thank you. I've never seen a UPS on here before. That's the first time a UPS has popped up. And of course, I just bought one from Michelle's room. They always show up right after I buy one. It's like, come on! Oh, I hate that so much. Let me go tell the group real quick. It's not. Until I find somebody who can help me with it, it's just sitting there. I mean, I can't do it. Like, literally, I physically can't do it. Come on, come on, come on. Hello, Gary. I had to post to the private group I'm in for that review site to let them know about the UPSs because that's something that other people are going to want. Yes, we do, and I'm on next door. That's how I usually post to get rid of the boxes. Matter of fact, I got to post today to get rid of the boxes because you would not believe how many boxes I have out in front of my house right now. It's a stack like 8 foot tall boxes. Thankfully, I can usually get people to come and take them from me, so I don't have to break them down and dispose of them. Because that's about 3 trailer loads of boxes. Ooh, nice tripod. But I'm still holding out for a carbon fiber tripod. Nice! Ender 3 Max is a good machine. Come on, where is it? I know Welfare God's going to like this. I think so. Unless he's just joking. Yeah, one of each. Sometimes duplication happens, and I don't know how it happens. I'm not going to complain. Every now and then, for whatever reason, an order will get doubled, and I'll get 2. And it's like, I'm okay with that. I do have one neighbor who said he could help me out with it, but he's too busy right now with his own business. So the construction business right now is booming. If you build buildings and stuff like that, you do not have a shortage of work right now. And so he's backlogged months out. So he just literally he can't. Even though it's only like a 1 or 2 day job, he just can't right now. But once things slow down, he said he can help me out. Oh, some nice 80-liter backpacks. That's some nice backpacks. I also can't do things on Nextdoor regarding my property like that because the local zoning guy stalks people on Nextdoor. Yeah, I guess they have nothing better to do with their time. Well, they are coming down. The lumber is crashing right now. It's in the process of crashing. It's come about halfway down to where it was last year. So hopefully it'll keep crashing because I need some 4x4 posts and I refuse to pay $27 a piece for them. I'd rather just not do the work. I'm not paying that price for a 4x4. I'm just not. I refuse. Ooh, that's a lot of cat food. Oh, it's only 1 pound of dry with 16 packs of wet. I'm guessing the 3.5 ounces. That's still not that bad. But can I give that to any cat? Renal ActiWet. Oh, it's probably not 0. Yeah, it's not 0. Screw that. How did you hook up with reviewing products. Well, I can't tell you the name of the site, even though you guys can figure it out. And if you know the name, do not post it in comments because I'm not supposed to talk about it. But it's a very big company, and you can't join. You get invited. There is no way for you to join. They just send out a random notice saying you've been invited to join this, and you say yes or no. I actually dismissed it for a few weeks as spam, and then I saw someone mention it somewhere, and I was like, wait a minute, I got a message about that. And I checked out the message, and it was legit. And I joined last July, and it's insane. Now here's the hang on, I'll show you. Here is the trailer load. This is about 60% of it. I already took stuff out of the trailer, but there's my trailer load from the post office yesterday. That's a 4x6 trailer with a stake body. Yeah, they had a purge of what we call AFA, and a lot of the stuff in okay. So the way this works is that I don't have to pay anything for this stuff. So I got, for example, this. This is actually pretty neat. This is an IR emitter. So this allows me to use my cell phone and an app on my cell phone to control infrared devices like my mini split. So I program this to transmit the codes that this transmits, and now I can use my phone through this to control the mini split. So that's an example of one of the things that I got. I got batteries for my Works string trimmer. So I got extra batteries for the string trimmer now. I even got this neat little aluminum tongs for picking stuff up off the floor. Oh, you want something really neat? This I love. It was kind of a cutesy thing, but now I'm in love with it. So look at this. This is a portable tea set that is just stunningly beautiful. So you have, look at this. So this is to hold your tea. So it's just a ceramic, bone china container or ceramic container. Nice machined aluminum lid. And it all fits in this case. My LG V40 has an IR emitter, or V20 has an IR emitter, but they got rid of the IR emitters, which sucks because I liked it. It's not something used often, but it was handy to have. And then you have this. Look how beautiful that is. So in here, you have your teacups. Look at these beautiful little teacups. I love that deer theme. And then this is what you cook your tea in. This is just to protect the cups when they're in storage. So this got holes in the bottom. You put your loose tea leaves in here, and you put your boiling water in here. And you brew your tea. And then you can pour your tea into the cups. It's a portable tea set. I don't know. I guess you have to be a member of Amazon. And they just pick people at random. I thought it was based on, your quality or reviews and stuff like that. And maybe it is to an extent. But we've had people with no reviews get invited. So I think it is largely random. And that whole thing all packs back up together. And the whole thing fits inside of here. The whole thing fits inside of this case. This is beautiful. I mean, this is just absolutely gorgeous. Not someone. Amazon has to invite you. So there is no way to apply or get on a list or anything like that. It's totally random. Damn, I can't believe I got UPSs. That's so freaking awesome. Well, it's annoying as hell because I just paid for one for her. The new TV was too powerful for the little UPS I had in her room, and the moment the power blinked, the UPS would go into fault. So it would turn off and stay off. And yeah, well, the way it works is that the stuff doesn't cost me anything, but it has what's called an ETV, an estimated tax value. And I have to pay taxes on it as if it's income. So I just got two UPSs. One's $150 and one's $70. So that is $220. So I'll actually get a $10.99 from Amazon for $220 as if they paid me $220. They didn't, of course, but that's the way it's treated. Now, because I do this for a living, because I actually make money doing this, in theory, I did it last year, no problem. Hopefully do it again. We'll see. In theory, I could write it off as a complete write-off. So I get this income from Amazon, and then I write off that income purchasing the stuff for review. So for me, this is product, like you'd buy on a store shelf. And now, a lot of the stuff on AFA is 0 ETV, or very close to 0, 3 cents, 27 cents, whatever. It's 0, which means I don't even have to pay taxes on it. So when 0 ETV stuff pops up, I just grab it. Especially because they were allowing unlimited picks for the AFA category. Because I think they're trying to get rid of it and make it all one thing. And so they're trying to clear out the stuff that's already in the AFA system. So they temporarily allow, normally you get 8 picks a day. Like I just made my 7th pick, so I got 1 pick left. So I got to be careful. Because the last thing you want to do is, make your 8th pick and then a $4,000 Sony TV pops up and you can't get it. So you always save 1 pick until midnight. So you always have 1 pick left. Just in case something big pops up. But for the AFA category, they were temporarily allowing you to pick unlimited. And so, I'm trying to be somewhat careful just in case, the IRS says, "Not, you can't do that." Because, I can't afford the taxes on the amount of stuff that I get. I mean, the taxes on this television alone is $810. I don't got that. But, that's why it's sitting here in my lab and not in my bedroom, because as my lab TV, it's a straight write-off. So what I do is I grab free stuff like this. This was 27 cents. It's just a funky, wrench that might come in handy. This actually should work for doing like sinks and the hot water heater and stuff like that. So something like this was totally free. So there's literally no penalty to getting stuff like this. So I got a lot. And what am I going to do? Yeah, it's an aluminum wrench. It works fine. There's nothing wrong with it. The review is going to take me 30 seconds, And so I also got her a ton of jewelry, because jewelry was usually 0 ETV. So she has more rings, necklaces, and earrings than she could ever wear in her entire life. Like literally, if she could wear a new pair of earrings every day for the next 2 years. Because they're free. So I just grabbed them all. Now, other stuff isn't free, so you got to be careful, because you don't want to. So a lot of people are getting very large quantity shipments because of this AFA purge they were doing. So there was a lot of very low ETV stuff for people to pick. Another Amazon deal. Let's see here. Where is my email? Right there. No, they don't carry over. Use them or lose them. So usually I'll go, if I have picks left over, I'll usually try to find some free stuff to grab. That's not going to cost me an ETV. Oh, wow. And it's a kilograms full. Thank you, Colin. Colin found a really good deal for Filament. So there is the Filament, and there is a coupon code to get 50% off. And don't forget to clip the 5% coupon on the listing. So you're going to get like 52.5% off. He says it comes to $11.69 a roll. Nice. Now, can you use it for more than one, or can you only buy one? So like if you add 3 rolls, will it apply the 50% to the entire order? I would like to know what printer they use to print that, because I'm not aware of a printer that'll print that. Well, actually, that's pretty big, so maybe that is doable. That's impressive, though. Whoever programmed the slicer to make that print, that's impressive, because that's a hard print. Yeah, this is probably USA only. Oh, it's right there. 50% off with promo code. And you can just click on it and click redeem. So there's a link right there to click on it. So you can click on that to redeem 50% off. Yeah, purchase 1 or more. Good. Now, usually these codes are one-time use. So you probably can't buy 5 rolls now, 5 rolls later. So if you want 10 rolls, get 10 rolls now. Because you usually can't use those codes twice. And don't forget to clip this little 5% coupon right there too. Now it's probably not 55% off. It says applied at checkout, so it's probably 50% off and then 5% off of the final price. So it's like 52.5% off. But still, $11.69 a roll. Hello, it's cheap PLA. Grab it. This it looks more like a turquoise. I've seen that print before. The dragon, I've seen that before. Dragon cup. The serpent cup. We've all seen that one before. I haven't seen that one before. I know that's like the Anatomical Man or something like that. That's actually a really impressive print as well. Whoever they had make these sample prints did a good job. I mean, I wonder if did they print that vertically or did they print that flat? Because that's a really good print. I've seen the lion before. I want this model. I want to resin print that. This vase. That's impressive. The benchy. I've seen that before. I've seen the draft before. I've seen the serpent cup before. I've seen that before. That looks like one of Kajai's designs. That might be Kajai's design. I've seen the lion. The only one I haven't seen this one here. That one or that one. Looks like it comes with a piece of 200 squared build surface too. Thank you for sending that. In fact, that's a good enough deal that I'm going to add that to the description. Yeah. Add that to the description. That's good. Hey, Timothy. Oh, the point of today's stream. I got this. The link is in the description. I got this neat little toolkit. 3D printing toolkit. It's actually pretty damn good. First of all, it came with a case, which I wasn't expecting. So it comes with this hexagonal style case. And it's just a bunch of tools. Where did you see it? Is that on Banggood for $139? Is that Banggood for $139? Amazon. Oh, on Woot. Okay. So they do have deals every now and then on Woot. I love the fact that it comes with a case. Let's check out this Woot deal first. Nice. What are you doing, cat? I hear you doing something. Huh? They always knock shit over. That's what cats do. I know. Noel's out here. Kick him in the head. Oh, Saintsmart. Okay. Sold out. It's gone. Looks like, yeah, event sold out. So it comes with all this. So it comes with a PTFE cutter. This is for getting a proper clean cut on your PTFE tubes. Yeah, don't get your finger stuck in here. That's going to really suck. That's going to hurt like hell. I'd actually like to see a lockout for that, but you know, whatever. But it comes with a PTFE cutter. It comes with a set of brushes. So steel, brass, and plastic. I actually kept the bag. It's just handy. You don't want those filings getting on stuff. So hang on to the Ziploc bag for the brushes. These are especially good for working on models, actually. They're helpful for cleaning models. Comes with a scraper. It's actually semi-sharpened. It's actually a nice scraper. That's almost heavy enough you can use it like a chisel. So if you have a small wrench or something that you can use to tap the end of it, good for popping prints off. Not as good as the chisel, but that's a pretty nice one as far as the scrapers go. I don't see how this could not cut straight. The blade isn't flexible, so it's not flexing on me, so I don't see how it wouldn't cut straight. Weird. And then comes with a cutting pad. One of those little self-healing cutting pads. This again, keep the box. But it comes with a pair of small nose and nippers. So again, I would hang on to the box. So you got a decent cheap pair of nippers. And then actually a halfway decent pair of little snub nose pliers. Good for grabbing filament and crap. But hang on to the box and those two stay in the box nicely. Is the top part flexible? On this, no. It's rigid. I mean, it'll flex if I bend it hard enough, but it's rigid plastic. Do I have a piece of PTFE? No. Where's my email? Where's the email? Oh wow, that is a good deal. So here is a printer. This is an Ender 3. Actually, this is more like a it's not your, it's like Ender 5 Pro, but Ender 3. So it's got a color screen, 32-bit board. Thank you, Colin. That is that machine. I have not used this machine yet, but I don't have any reason to believe it would not be a decent machine. The Ender 3 clones are pretty good by now, and some of them are even better. And then you have this coupon code, plus the $20 coupon code on the listing. So you'll use this $20 coupon code right there. That makes it $158, and then that other coupon code brings it down to $144. So it's $144 for an Ender 3 class machine with built. Basically, it's Ender 3 V2. It's basically a copy of the Ender 3 V2 with slight improvements. And so that's $144. So you clip that $20 coupon and enter that coupon code that's in the chat right now, and you get that for $144 Amazon Prime ship. Obviously, US only. This is not going to work for people not in the US. Thank you for that, Colin. It comes with a pair of vernier calipers with a case. Nice. I mean, it's a cheap pair, but they work fine. I haven't had a problem with them. It also comes with a complete deburring kit. Again, are you fucking nuts? What the hell was that for, Cat? What the hell did you do that for? He went to jump up through here, and then I guess Noel scared him on the other side. He lost his shit and catted that way. Thanks a lot, Cat. Cats. What are you gonna do, cats? Oh my god. Yeah, really. So this comes with a little file. The acupuncture needles for clearing out your nozzles. These actually do work. And the deburring blade. So these are good for inside edges like this. So if I need to put like a little bevel on this edge or clean up this edge, you literally take this like this and you run it around the inside edge like this. And it deburrs that edge or gives you that little bit of bevel if you need it. But these work great. Comes with a bunch of blades. So as they get dull. What are you guys doing? They just slammed into that wall in the other bedroom there. I guess they have energy to burn off. Cats. And then it also comes with a hobby knife set. It's a cheap little hobby knife set, but I really like the actual hobby knife. What are you? They're like playing, and they're going crazy. You freaking wackos. So it comes with an assortment of blades. They're magnetically held in there. There's a little mag strip. But I really like the actual knife itself. It's a little hard to get out. There we go. That's actually beautiful. Little swivel on the end here. Don't really need that. The whole thing loosens here to take the blade out. But that's a really nice little hobby knife. Just looks nice. I was surprised by that. I was surprised to see such an... It was like $40. I was surprised to see such a cheap kit come with such a nice little hobby knife. And so that's the whole kit. You get the hobby knife. You get the snub nose pliers and the side cutters. You get the deburring kit, the file, and the puncture needle probes with the extra blades for the deburring tool. The deburring tool is an absolutely essential tool. If you just want a deburring tool, you can get one of them for like $7 or $8. PTFE cutter, the vernier calipers with the batteries, scraper, your plastic, steel, and brass cleaning brushes, and a cutting board. And all of that fits inside of this case. I was really pleased by this. I got this off the review site. I saw it there and I was like, hey, I'm going to grab that. And so I got this off the review site. And everything fits inside the case. Nice. I'm actually pleased by that. I mean, I've gotten these little printing kits before, and you guys never saw them on the channel because they were garbage. So I didn't bother even making a video. But that's the first one that I was actually pleased with, and I would say you're not wasting your money buying that. That's nice. I would prefer a hard case, but that's good. I mean, the fact that it comes with a case at all is wonderful. But I was surprised. It was nice. Then I also found this, which I thought was pretty cool. It's in the description. If you go in the description, you're going to see 3D printing kit. So let me get up a link right here. So if you click on the description of this video, it says 3D printing toolkit right under where it says FL Sun SR printer. And you'll see that link right there. There's also a filament vacuum bag kit, which I have on the way to me. So here is the 3D printing kit. So $38. And you get everything you see here. Everything I just showed you. So you get the brushes, the deburring kit, the file, the acupuncture needles, the PTFE tubes, the vernier calipers, the knife kit. Wish I'd have got the orange one, but the purple's cool. The scraper and the cutting board with the pliers and the nippers. So you get all that for $38. You can't buy that separately for $38. If you were to try to buy all of those things separately, it's probably closer to $80, $90 worth of stuff. Just, I mean, this deburring kit's like $8, $9. These brushes are probably $3 or $4. The verniers, $9, $10. The acupuncture kit, $5, $6. The PTFE cutter's probably $5. Scraper's $5. This knife kit's probably $10. And then these three combined is probably $20. Because you're going to have to buy sets that come with other stuff. So it's actually a deal. If you were to buy these individually, it's going to cost you more than that. Then I don't have it yet, but I just ordered it last night through that review thing. But here's this for $18. And the link for all three of these is down below. I don't know anything about this. I've never tried to use it. I'm going to try it, and we're going to see what happens. But it's basically a vacuum bag kit. I actually have a little electric pump I can use for this. Let's find out. Let's see. Let's see. It Really Burns wants me to look at something. So ebay.co.uk. Okay, we are looking at a artillery little genius for 100 pounds. What's that, about 125 US? On its face, fantastic deal. I mean, that's a cheap price for a nice machine. Now, the problem with the artillery printers, I like their printers. They are built like brick shithouses. I mean, you take a Creality printer and put it on steroids. All right, they really do a nice job making these machines. Think of them as a premium line. But I don't like the ribbon cables. That's these here. Those ribbon cables right there. They're prone to failure. Like my Genius is still not working right because I haven't replaced the ribbon cables yet. But then again, my Artillery X1, which uses the same ribbon cables, Not a problem in the world. Works perfectly, like a dream. So it's random. There's a lot of RNG involved in whether or not you're going to have a problem with those ribbon cables or not. For that price, I might take that gamble because that's a nice machine for that price. It's untested. You don't know if anything's missing, but it looks brand new in the box. So I'm going to give that a tentative yes. That's a good deal. Even if there's something wrong with it, you can order replacement ribbons, which is where the problem would likely be. The only way you would have a serious problem is if the issue wasn't the ribbons, but if it was the solder line for the connector for the ribbon, and if you have to reflow that solder line, that's going to suck. But yeah, if you don't have a ribbon problem, it truly is a magnificent machine. Artillery makes some absolutely gorgeous machines. I have no problem recommending Artillery printers, but all right, Two Trees Sapphire Core XY, another fantastic machine. Not the greatest quality control. So you might have to do a little fiddling to make that machine work right, but I've not encountered a fatal problem. It's just a matter of you fiddling, adjusting parts and stuff like that. But otherwise, they are some of my most reliable machines once they are fiddled with and made to work right. My Two Trees Sapphire, my Two Trees Sapphire Plus are in my bathroom right now on my workbench in there. I have a workbench that goes across the entire bathroom. And so there's like 7 printers in there. And those are 2 machines I keep in operation. So I have to pick and choose what machines I keep in operation, meaning I keep available to plug in if I want to use them. And my Two Tree Sapphire and my Two Tree Sapphire Plus are 2 machines I always keep in operation because once you tweak them, once they're tweaked and made to work properly, they're solid. I mean, I have a Romeo and Juliet bathroom, so my bathroom is as wide as the entire house. So it's like 16 feet wide. I have a sink on the left, a sink on the right. There was a huge garden tub in the middle, and then the toilet and cabinets are on the right, and the showers are left, and the showers on the right. So it's a very big bathroom. I've seen bedrooms smaller than that bathroom. So I got rid of the tub. I got somebody to remove it for free. I said, if you remove the tub, you can have it. Within a week, somebody came in and removed the tub. So they got a free tub. I got more space. So now there's actually 2 tables there. I have a table in the back and then a table in front of it. So I have the what's the name of it? That enclosed printer I got is on the left of my sink. The Creality CP01 is on the right of my sink. The Ender 5 Plus is on the table. Next to the Ender 5 Plus is the Two Trees Sapphire Plus. And then on the sink next to the right-hand side is the Sapphire. And then next to that is the SC10. And then on the table in front of that table is the Chiron. So yeah, and underneath the table there's like 3 more printers just sitting there. The Genius is there because I still haven't fixed it. So it's a lot of wasted space. I'm probably going to eventually remove the right sink altogether. Oh, and my freezer's in the bathroom too. I have a freezer sitting on the bathroom. Nice. Extra Z is nice too. But my Sapphires are rock solid machines. Let me put it to you this way. No, I have not finished the Chiron mod. I'm still waiting for the fan. The hot end is installed. It works. No problems. I'm just waiting for the hot end fan because it's a breakout board. I can't just solder wires. Once I get this 3rd bedroom converted into a storage room, I'm going to move all the freezers into there. And So that'll clear up a lot of space. That'll clear up space here. That'll clear up space here. That'll clear up space in my bedroom. That'll clear up space in the bathroom. Because I have a freezer in the bathroom. I have a freezer in my bedroom. And I have 2 freezers right here. I have 4 freezers. But actually, I just got another freezer. I got a taller, bigger freezer. So I should be able to take 2 of these freezers and fit all of their contents into that one freezer. And so I'll be able to decommission 2 of the freezers and put them in storage. And you always want to keep an extra freezer on hand. So if you have a freezer failure, you have some place to put the food and not have it go bad. Freezers don't fail often, but they do fail. It does happen. And so now this will allow me to, number one, I'll only have to run 3 freezers instead of 4. Maybe even 2 freezers instead of 4, because it's a pretty big freezer. And it's full height but skinny. Looks kind of like an apartment fridge, but it's a freezer. And then, because I'd like to be able to run just the tall insignia and the chest. And then take the 3 Kenmores out of operation and just have them in the shed stacked so they're ready and available to use if a freezer fails. And that'll reduce my power usage and reduce space consumption. A freezer backup system, it's called the in-laws. What's that mean? For a freezer backup. Oh, the Sapphire S. The Sapphire S's, I obviously didn't disassemble the Sapphires because that would be a nightmare. So I put them in the bus when I moved, just stuck them in the bus. And then when we got here, the bus got unpacked, 2,000-mile drive. Then the bus got unpacked into the containers. And then I grabbed them and dragged them into the house, plopped them down on the table, turned them on, and hit print. I did not even have to re-level the beds. Yeah, the Sapphires, the quality control is not the best, but the machines are solid. If you have some experience with 3D printing and you're willing to put in, you watch my live streams when I built them. It's not hard. There was nothing difficult. I didn't have to modify anything, but it's tweaking. Tweaking where the zip ties go, tweaking the bearings and wheels for the belts to line them up a little better. Little tweaking like that. No big deal, nothing hard, nothing difficult. You don't have to replace parts, you don't have to hack anything, but it's tweaking. It's like, adjust this, adjust that, try it. Adjust this, adjust that, try it. Got it, it's good. Once it's set up, they're solid. I mean, I don't know anything about any of their other printers, but what I can say is with a little bit of effort, the 2 Sapphires are amazing. So, 95-pound Sapphire, yes, I would grab that. I also found this little kit here, which I thought was pretty cool. That is this right here. So it's a little tire. Oh, I didn't know I could remove all of that. Oh, isn't that interesting? Oh, it does remove all the way down to there. Interesting. Because it has a double cap. Because the cap also removes here. Very interesting. Now, the reason I wanted this is that when I travel, when I'm on the field, I don't like exposed tools. Because exposed tools are dangerous. And so that end is the pusher. And then this end is a hobby knife. Now the reason this is cool is that I can store the hobby knife in the aluminum case. So now I can't get cut by it. When I reach into my bag to pull out the tool, it's not going to cut me. But here's the cool part. If you remove this, you can get rid of the tire repair part. And this also comes off. All right, so why do you want to remove that? Oh, by the way, I also, off that review site, I also got 240 X-Acto knife blades. Yeah, that's a lot of blades. I won't need number 11 blades for a very long time. So that's a lot. That's 120 of them right there. But here's the cool part. I'm going to grab. Ooh, no, we don't want to do that. Stay in there. We can grab a couple of these blades. I don't know. 5 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here's 4 of them. All right, so here's 4 number 11 blades. And I can stick those number 11 blades in the end here. So now I have number 11 blades sitting inside of here. Let me give you guys a better view. So now I have a portable hobby knife. So the end that says knife right there. So, you know, it says hobby knife right there. So if I remove that, I have myself a hobby knife. I wish this was a little bit longer, but that's okay. On the field, this is wonderful. It's thick enough to give you a good grip. And then if you break or dull a blade, you have space on this end for the extra blade. Actually, I'm going to turn that around. And you could probably fit 10 of them in here. Oh yeah, easily 10. In fact, I'm going to put more in there. There's 7. Oh, Jesus. You could fit a ton of blades in here. So you could fit that many blades in there. So you could fit a literal shit ton of extra blades inside of this. And now I have a whole bunch of spare blades. Put a drop of machine oil in there so it doesn't rust. And now you have a portable hobby knife. You can even put a lanyard on it. You have a portable hobby knife. You can unscrew this end and you can use your hobby knife. And if you need an extra blade or the blade dulls or breaks or whatever, you unscrew this end. And now you have your extra blade storage inside the knife. And that's awesome. I mean, what's this cost? $14. And it's a $2 coupon. So $12. Worth it. And there's a $2 coupon. So you click that little icon right there, bink. Oh, I'm clicking on the wrong screen. Right there. And you get $2 off. So $12. That's worth it. If you're, well, at home, you don't need it. This is not something you need at your home, your workbench. Because, you know, something like this works fine at your home bench. But that's cumbersome when you're traveling and you need a portable repair kit with you. That takes up a lot of space in your field kit. And then the other problem is if you store that knife separately and you touch the end of that, you're going to have a bad day. So this really solves that problem of I'm reaching into my tool bag and ouch, there's the knife. It sucks when you do that. So I really like the fact that it's a sealed tube. And also because it's sealed, a drop of machine oil every time you get home, and yeah, it's actually got O-rings. So this is actually sealed. So a little drop of machine oil each time you get home, it'll keep it from rusting and corroding. But this is just really freaking handy. So there's my hobby knife. And then when I need an extra blade, I just took out the, where'd it go? Oh, I did, this unthreads the little tire thing to put the plug in. So you just, you know, take these two bits out. And now you have a hobby knife with storage for extra blades. Really cool. Oh, really? It's $20 cheaper with the UK plug? That's just dumb. Do it. Buy the UK one. Because it's just a switch to 110 volts, and you've probably got a dozen C13 cables lying around. Save $20. But yeah, that's great. I love that. That's my new favorite hobby knife. I just wish it was a hair longer. You know, because I got big hands, so I like longer. But I just the only thing I wish is that it was a little bit longer. But the reality is, you're usually holding it like this when you're cutting on the field, because you're usually cutting out a new fin or a launch lug or something like that. And just for in rocketry, I always want a hobby knife on me. So that's just really freaking handy. I mean, really, really freaking handy. Does it even need to be that long? Yeah, it does. It does use the full length. Okay. But the big thing is closing it up when you're done. Because now your extra blades and your knife can't destroy your hand when you reach into your field kit. You know, it's usually one of those, 16-inch tool bags. You know, you get them real cheap all the time. So whenever I see them for like $3, I'll grab a bunch of them. And I haven't seen those deals in a long time. Used to be able to get them all the time really cheap. But, inevitably, the little plastic X-Acto kit opens. And then you stick your hand in your bag and you're fishing around for something and you end up blood because you grabbed the goddamn knife. Well, now you don't have to do that anymore. That's really cool. I like that. So now the vacuum bag kit I have not used yet. I haven't got it yet. So no idea how good it is. But it looks like it's basically a vacuum bag with a port. Hi, kitty. Are you going to freak the hell out again? Huh? You going to freak out again? Huh? You going to show your ass to all my viewers? You little pervert. Hi. Yeah, you're such a good boy. Yes, you are. You're such a good boy. You're such a good boy. Yes, you are. You done freaking out? You burned off all that energy, huh, baby? Yeah. You like that? Oh, yeah, you like that. You like that spot. Yes, you do. Oh, you're such a good boy. That's a good boy. He's a good cat. Yes, he is. He's a good cat. You like to smell that? You knock it over again, I'm going to kick your butt. What? No. You can't have the filament. Really, cat? I mean, really? That's how you're going to play this? You rude little monster. He's a good boy. Yeah, I gotta hide all the filament because he loves eating the filament. And I can't have him eating the filament because that's not healthy for him. I can't imagine swallowing the plastic is good for him. Hey, somebody sent me a PayPal. Colin, $20. You rock, dude. Thank you. Oh, someone sent me a Ko-fi too. I have a membership on that site, Ko-fi, Ko-fi, and Kelly sent me $6. Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate that. Looks like it just comes as a PayPal. I can put the camera back. Now that the cat has gotten bored and moved along. Oh, crazy cat. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Not a new printer on deck, but I do have a new laser engraver coming in. a new Laser Master, and it looks like it has some interesting safety improvements that I'm really interested in seeing. For example, so you have the laser head, and one of the biggest problems with these laser machines is that they're just balls out dangerous. Okay, these laser engravers are dangerous because the laser light that comes out of them can blind you, and it can blind your pets, and it can start a fire. The fire is not as likely as long as you're watching it. It's not the reflected laser light isn't going to solve. Ender 7. There's an Ender 7. Oh, that's the one that what's his name? 3D printing nerd got. I have not watched his stream on that yet. It certainly looks interesting. I'll have to see if I can get one. Yeah, Joel Delling. Where is the eBay? There it is. Paste. Copy Master 3D printer. I never heard of it. $400. I'm guessing it's 400 millimeter. Who makes that? Copy Master 3D. Oh, interesting. Never heard of these guys before. So it looks a lot like the CRX and the CR10S Pro style. You know, with the stamped steel front. I can show you guys. There you go. I know nothing about these. So I really can't give you any advice. Nothing screams at me, run away. It looks decent. I like the fact that everything's up front. So your IEC, your power supply, everything is all up front here. I like that. So here's the 300 V2 iDex, CopyMaster 300, CopyMaster 400, CopyMaster 500. What's the difference? Seriously? That's 555? It's the same damn printer. So, well, my first concern is, why are they using the same stock image? Yeah, but 449 pounds for a 500 by 500 by 500 printer is insane. That's very cheap. My concern would be, did they design it because I'd have to see it. I have no idea, Colin. I don't know anything about them. I mean, it looks like standard CR10 construction. It's aluminum extrusions. It's pretty hard to screw that up. Yeah, the all sold out kind of worries me a little bit. Every one of them shows sold out. So you can see here, sold out, sold out, sold out. And I'm also concerned about the fact that they're using the exact same stock image for all three printers. And a 300 by 300 machine should not look the same as a 500 by 500 machine. There should be some pretty obvious differences. So, I mean, here you can clearly see they're using the same image. I'd be weary of that. Thank you, Overduts. Well, I don't think they're a scam either because they actually have one. Where's it at? Where'd it go? Oh, it's probably here. I mean, because here the guy clearly has a box right there. Okay, Copymaster 3D 300mm printer. And it looks like he has a 400 too. I would much rather have the 400 for the extra 20 pounds. 400 by 400 by 400 is a nice build volume. So if you're going to get one, get the 400. Now the good news is, it's pretty hard to go wrong. I mean, even if what you get is junk, it'll cost you less than 100 pounds to replace whatever's bad on it. Actually, I think I'm 45. I think my phone will tell me how old I am. How old am I?
45 years old.
Yeah, I'm 45. Wow, yes, you should have. 120 pounds for the Neptune would have been a good deal. It's another Ender 3 clone. Yes, technology outlet right here. Let's see what else they got. I'm kind of jealous because I would grab that Copymaster 400 for 120 pounds. Well, it knows my birth date, so it can figure out how old I am. So he's got Ender 3 V2 for 225 pounds. That's actually not a bad deal. Let's see, that's the Copymaster display model CR6 SE, 209 pounds. Not bad. Let's see, a Nova 3D display model, 100 pounds for a resin printer. If that's a monochrome screen, good. If it's a LCD screen, walk away. Ender 5, 279. That's about normal price. It's 350 US, which is relatively close to 280 pounds. Now that's a good deal. 600 pounds for a CR10 Max. That's a big freaking printer. When I tell you that's a big freaking printer, I mean that's a big freaking printer. I had interior doors that printer would not fit through. Exactly. That's $1,000 machine. They have resin as low as 10 pounds. What size resin is 10 pounds? Probably 250 grams. Yeah. So that's 40 pounds, so $50 for a kilo. That's not a good deal. Again, $100 resin printer. If it's a monochrome screen, grab it. If it's not a monochrome screen, walk away. LD006, that's full price. Don't worry about that. ET5, that's full price. Don't worry about that. Flashforge Guider 2S. That's like a stupidly expensive machine, but let me tell you, it's a good machine. I have a Guider too, and I love it. It's a very good machine. Creality Wash Station, normal price. Yeah, if it's a monochrome screen, 100 pounds is a good deal. Sermon D1, 465. Great printer, but that's full price. 3D Max for 228 is a pretty good price. A big print volume Creality, huh? For $700. Full price, full price. Eh. Full price. It's basically full price. He's got some deals. Yeah, just the monochrome screen alone is it kicks ass. I love the monochrome. They're just so fast. closing up some of these windows. I'm still trying to find that. I haven't seen Welfare God post in a while. He might not be here. I know they have to be here. I've seen them. I wish I could search through this, but you can't. You just have to browse it and look for what you're looking for. We're getting closer. We're getting into the stuff from yesterday. There's one. So he wanted some feet. Well, there's some feet. And I can get that on that review site. So, Welfare God, if you're willing to pay the tax and the shipping, I can get those for you. It'd be $20 for the tax, plus whatever the shipping is. Probably fit in a flat rate box, so probably $7, $8. So if you still want some feet, I can get you some feet. And I think there's another pair here too. I think I saw two. Actually, I think that's for practicing pedicures. I think it's a practice thing. At least I think that's what they were intended for. Got cat fur on my face. Hey, people are weird, man. Vag ankles? I don't know what that is. There was another one that was only 70. Yeah. Come with me to the Twilight Zone. I guess the other pair sold out. So some people are getting their fetish on. Yeah, freaking weirdos. See, I want this one. I think I have the desk lamp version of this. I haven't opened it yet. I just love the way this looks. Come on. Load the picture. There you go. I just love the way that looks. It's all stained glass. But that's just beautiful. I love that. But I'm not willing to spend 219 ETV to get it. Because there's just, I don't have too many places I can use a floor lamp in here. Yeah, that's it. So that's the only one. So if he sees that, he can let me know if he wants me to grab it for him. We are definitely weirdos. Oh man, I want to see if there's any more UPSs. See, I got very bad power here, like really bad power. We get brownouts all the time, like sometimes 3 or 4 times right in a row. And so I try to keep everything I can on UPSs to protect it. Sadly, I found out I can make a UPS for my mini split system, but it's not cheap. They have inverters that can take an AC and a no, you don't get a brownout, you get the brownout. You get the brown out. Well, I have all the three printers run UPSs, every one of them. So like I have to be careful booting the printers up because, like, for example, if the Chiron, the CP01, and the Sapphire all turn on at the same time. The UPS can't handle that. So I have to stagger the prints to start, because the heat bed takes less power during sustain than it does during heat up. So I start, basically the Chiron has to start first, get the bed up to temperature, then I can start the other printers. And although now I'll have more UPSs. All of our TVs are UPSs. All the computers don't need UPSs because they have batteries, so they're basically a UPS already. I don't know, but I do know that the CP01 and the which is basically an Ender 3, and the Chiron together are more than 900 watts. Because that UPS is a 900 watt capacity, and if I turn on both those printers simultaneously, it draws too much power from the UPS. You better not let her see that message, or you're gonna wish for some kind of different brownout. Oh wow, that's cute. That's a bird feeder. That's an apple. Oh, here's one that's an acorn. So you get an acorn, or you can get an apple. That's kind of cute. That clock looks nice too. Nice looking clock. Well, Chiron's got a 400 by 400 bed. That's a big bed. The printers take 100 watts, 120 watts, 50 to 60 watts each. And then you got the heat bed. Probably 200 watts for the CP01, and probably 400 watts for the Chiron. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's close. So it might be more. All I know is the UPS bitches at me when I try to turn on both of them at the same time. And it goes, dee, letting you know it's drawing too much power. And if you draw that for too long, it shuts off. That's probably why the Chiron heats up so fast. Because the Chiron really does heat up pretty quick for its size. See, I'm getting a bunch of these. I already have a whole bunch of them. These things here. These sunshades. That will allow me to expand the shelter area. I don't think the Chiron uses AC heater. The Chiron is still a DC heat bed, right? Yeah, sounds about right. Well, what I do is I 2 or 3 printers on each UPS. Instead of trying to go with a big UPS, you just go with multiple cheaper UPSs. That's also why I like to turn off the heat beds, because if I turn off the heat bed, then the UPS will run for hours. Not hours, but a long time. Now, the only problem with these sunshades is that they really need to be firmly attached. Because, you have a 12 by 6, that's a 10 by 13, but I got 12 by 16s. You have a 12 by 16 shade, and then a 60-mile-an-hour gust hits it, that better be well attached, or it's not going to be there for very long. So I have to make sure. Wait a minute, it's an AC heat bed on the Chiron? I didn't know that. I don't use PEI, and I use the BuildTak Fake Tack surfaces and the polycarbonate surfaces, so they don't require heat to function. That's why I usually put a piece of Wham Bam on there with a PC surface, because then I don't need the heater. Oh, you're here. The war on. Okay, it is 500 watts. So the heat bed on the Chiron is 24 volt, 500 watt. So yeah, that's why. So that's what, 70% of the capacity of the UPS by itself. Big Tree Tech Octopus. Now that's not something I've heard of. You don't need the heat to start, but it's easier. Heat isn't required, but heat helps. So, having a 60-degree bed makes PLA easier. And then what I do is I program my G code to ramp down the oh, it's a board. You can get them on eBay for 45. Although that's not with drivers. Looks like 65 with drivers, so 50 is a good price. So what's so special about that? With TMC 2209, 76. So 50 is a good deal. Wow. 8 driver slots. Jesus. Using an ARM processor, STM32. That is that right there. Yeah, no kidding. Jesus. And it uses USB-C. Now that's pretty freaking cool. Wow. Screen, BL Touch. Wi-Fi module connection. Four heater outputs. Looks like it has separate power input for the motor drivers. Wow. That looks pretty neat. Yeah, this would be good for a tool changer. Because you need X, Y, and Z. And that would give you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tool changers, in theory. So if you kept it simple and just had your X, Y, Z, you could have 5 tools on a tool changer with this thing. Cool. If you decide you want to get that, click on my AliExpress link and then do a search for that. And then I'll get credit. I like that they call it the octopus too. They're not that large. You can make them large, but they're not that large. Now here's that Tengen character. Here's that Tengen character someone was talking about. How did you get a... Yeah! Oh, your mom sounds dangerous, dude. Don't piss his mom off. I gotta do cordless Dremel too. I haven't tested it yet. Because the original version... Oh. Oh, man. The original version had a minor issue that annoyed me. But it's a little battery-powered Dremel, little USB charged Dremel. Comes with a little kit of your bits. But this one's USB-C, which is really nice because all my stuff is USB-C. The this little Dremel. The problem I had with the original one of these, which is really annoying because I loved it so much, and it was orange because it was from what was that? Tack something Tack, a brand on Amazon. Apparently they got in trouble because they did stuff they're not supposed to do. But the original problem I had was the collet didn't grip the bit well enough. So what would happen is the bit would come loose while you were using it, which is a little annoying. And you'd have to stop what you're doing, tighten it back up, and start over again. Oh, it definitely goes in deeper. It goes in that far. That's a big improvement right there. So the problem you had is the collet didn't grip the bit tight enough, so the bit would walk out as you were using it, which is, as you might be able to guess, really freaking annoying. Where's something I can grind on just to mess with? You can use this again. It's not coming out. Yes. If it's already in your shopping cart, no. If it is not in your shopping cart, when you click on one of my Amazon affiliate links, required wording, as an Amazon associate, I earn from qualifying purchases. Amazon requires me to say that. That's good for 24 hours. So anything you buy over the next 24 hours, unless you click on someone else's affiliate link, I get credit for. So let's see if that actually held that in all the way. Yes, it did. Okay, so they fixed it. That's awesome. When I slice files for my XTZL 3D S1 in Idea Maker, the nozzle skips around the bed. Skips around the bed. First of all, what is that? But they fixed it. So this one does not have that problem with this popping out. No, Michael, this is for me to earn money. If you want to post your Amazon affiliate links, you post that on your videos. You know, just like it would be inappropriate for me to come to one of your videos and post one of my Amazon links. Let's see. Foldable 3D printer, $200. Is it truly foldable? Is this a Focus Odin 5? Yeah, this looks like the Odin 5. This looks like the Focus Odin 5. Okay, it's just a regular printer. There's nothing special about this printer. So my guess would be that one of the default settings you have set in Idea Maker is causing a problem. If Idea Maker has profiles you can download an Ender 3 profile. Try that first. See if that works. Because the free ones are Idea Maker, Prusa Slicer, and Cura. My guess would be you have a setting in Idea Maker that's doing something weird. Something's too fast, acceleration too high. Something's weird in your settings. So download an existing profile. So try to find an Ender 3 profile. It's about the same size as that printer. That is the right, yeah, 235, 235, 250. Perfect. It is an Ender 3 as far as build volume. So if you grab an Ender 3 profile, that will work. And see what the difference is between your profile and that one. But most likely, you've got something goofy in the profile. That looks pretty nice. You guys can't see what I'm looking at here. I like that hot end. Double cooling fans. The only problem is it's not self-aligning. So while it's technically foldable, you see it comes like that. You stand it up, and then you put these bolts in to lock it in place. The problem is it's not keyed. So each time you assemble it, you can technically assemble it slightly differently. Each time you fold it. So that would be interesting. What I want is a printer that I can fold to take with me and then unfold, have it keyed so it's always the same way each time so I don't have to re-level the bed. Yeah, but that looks like the Focus Eden Odin 5. But yeah, something's wrong with the profile. Something's goofy with your profile, most likely. Yeah, seriously, Michael, that would be like McDonald's going into a Burger King and advertising McDonald's in the Burger King. Yeah, Burger King would have a problem with that. So, Nerisse advertises in Nerisse's shop, and Michael advertises in Michael's shop. Hello, Dragon Drone. But yeah, it looks like they fixed it. It did not try walking out when I was grinding on the can here, which is great because the other one would have walked right out when I did that. I'm going to continue printing the Jetsons Astro Dog. So I got the main body printed. I'm not printing now because the printer's a little noisy with the fans, and I don't want that happening during the stream. Yeah, sounds like a speed is too high somewhere in the profile. So yeah, reinstall, download an Ender 3 profile if it's not built in, and then but try to use an existing profile because it's probably been tested. No, it's a good machine. Mine works great. They come with too much carbonation, so I got to shake some of the carbonation out. Way too carbonated. Yep, that's normal. They come with garbage fans. So here's what you're going to do. You're going to, I'll get you a link right now. But you go to Amazon. Now your hot end fan is a 40-40-10. So we're going to type 40 millimeter dual ball bearing, 24 volt. That's what you're going to search for. 40 millimeter dual ball bearing. Hey, that's a new one. And that's got the plug I need. Now, Amazon, I searched for 24 volt. Why are you showing me a 12 volt fan? Be careful with that. So here we go. Brushless dual ball bearing. That's what you want right there. Oh, they also got the Winsons. They're cheaper. They're a lot cheaper, actually. And I do need a couple of fans because this is going to need some fans, too. So I'm going to get that one. So if you need one, there it is, $9. If you need 5 of them, there it is, $5. You want to make sure you use a dual ball bearing fan. Well, sometimes it's not even a matter of it being sponsored. It still shows the wrong fan sometimes. It's really annoying when they do that. Actually, that's a nice little set right there. It comes with 2 hot end fans and 2 blower fans. I think I'm going to get that one. Wait a minute. I don't want hydraulic bearing. I want brushless dual ball bearing. It says dual ball bearings. Okay. Because I do not want it if it doesn't come with dual ball bearings. But that's got the plugs I need. I better change off of that so you guys don't see all my critical information. The original no, it was a bushing-based fan. It's garbage. The original one was a bushing-based fan, and they're junk. And that's exactly why you had a problem. I've seen that advertised many times in the past, and no one has succeeded in making it work. You have one, and it works? Hoi poresis enfadado. I have no idea what that means. Hang on, I gotta order these fans. Because it says they'll deliver by Saturday, too. Because those will get my my Chiron running. But I still need to order some of these too. No, that does come with one extra, so I can replace that fan up there. Because that fan up there is bad. So that gets me the 2 cooling fans I need for the Chiron, the hot end fan, and the replacement fan for this machine. It's probably a 40-40. But that's what you do. When you want to, if you want to make a silent 3D printer, just replace your fans with dual ball bearing fans. You don't need the fancy pants fans. What are they called? Noctua. You don't need Noctua fans. You don't need noise blockers. Just a dual ball bearing fan is 95% of silent. You got a link for that? Using a tablet would be neat because I have big tablets. I got 10.1-inch tablets. So it uses visible light resin. So you got to use a special resin. I'm assuming that's Nerese, Creality, or Artillery. Which is your preferred option? For just straight up reliability and simplicity, Creality. For a really nice bulletproof machine with some nice upgrades over Creality, Artillery. But the ribbon cables can be a pain. So make sure you have a source for ribbon cables. Your phone can't output 405 nanometer light. So how does that work? Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. You rock, man. I'm still, if anybody knows how to do a private live stream, I'm still trying to figure out how to do that. I want to do a YouTube live stream, but where only certain people can join it. So I want to do a Patreon only live stream. The advantage of, okay, the reason the Creality machines are so good is because they're refined. What I mean by refined, yeah, somebody told me about OnlyFans. I know that there's a lot of porn on there, but that might be good for this too. The problem with OnlyFans is that I think you would have to join through OnlyFans. I wouldn't be able to take my Patreon list and say, let these people in. I don't want to make my Patreons pay again. They're already incredibly loyal, paying me every month. I just want to make it a stream that only they can join. But, OnlyFans might work for some people. That might actually be a valid thing for if you don't already have a Patreon list. But the reason is that the parts are refined. It's gotten to the point where Creality is making most of their own parts or having the parts made to their specifications. A lot of these 3D printing companies are using, okay, you have to understand, China is a very weird thing. Well, the problem is Unlisted doesn't work because all it takes is one person to post the link. And then anybody can get in. I've done that and it's old. Whatever they were doing isn't current, but I will have to check it again. Yeah, but the people they shared it with wouldn't be a Patreon. And I'm trying to. The stream would be eventually public anyway, but invite would work. I can create a mailing list from my Patreon list. That might work. I wouldn't even need to create a mailing list. I should be able to. No, so I might be able to post a link in Patreon. I'm not sure how that works. Interesting. I'll have to look into that. But it's gotten to the point where Creality has material control over their parts. If you guys understood how Shenzhen, China worked, I drool over the idea of being able to go there at some point, which is never going to happen, but it's just fun. When a manufacturer here in the U.S. needs, I don't know, a plug, okay, I have to either go to like DigiKey or something like that, or from China, or I have to go to another seller somewhere and get one of these. Or I have to create a work order contract with a company to make me one. In China, you don't have to do that. In China, you tell the guy, go down the hall and get me a 5.5 millimeter plug. And he goes to the 7 vendors down the hall and gets a 5.5 millimeter plug. It's like, think of like a giant flea market, but it's all these parts. So they have that kind of, I'm describing it in a way that's not how it is, but a way you can imagine it. They have very easy access to off-the-shelf parts at costs we can't touch. It'd be like walking into a Radio Shack, and the Radio Shack just has shelves of 3D printer parts. You want extrusions? Go to section B. You want stepper motors? Go to section C. You need the little fan connectors? Go to section D, 4th shelf down. They have that in China. What do you mean, isn't it too soon for select? No. I wouldn't make my streams private. I would have a separate additional stream just for patrons. So it would be like maybe like a Saturday stream that would be just for patrons. And then eventually I'd publish the video for everybody else to watch. But it would be a way for me to give more individual attention to my patrons as a way of saying thank you for being a patron. I wouldn't make this stream private. It would just be an additional patron-only stream. I'm trying to figure out some way of giving back to my patrons. I'm trying to figure out a way of doing something for them. as a bonus, as a way of saying thank you. Well, so in China, you can literally, within your town, you could go to all these different vendors and manufacturers and collect all these parts you need and put together a 3D printer. And that's what a lot of them do. They do exactly that. So, depending on where you get the parts, your quality is going to be all over the place. If you've ever built a Tron XY printer, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you've ever built an older ANET printer, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The quality difference from one to another can be quite a lot. Like, this vendor might be selling parts really cheap, but they might be cheap because they're cast-offs from another vendor. So this vendor had, 50,000 palm wheels made, and they have a bunch of these palm wheels. Thank you, TK. They have a bunch of these palm wheels that didn't pass inspection, so they get chucked. And this other vendor bought those chucked wheels and is now selling them at a discounted price. So the reason it's cheaper is because it's a crap quality wheel that didn't pass inspection. So you might be okay, might not be okay. You don't know, or it might be squeaky, might be loud, might not be smooth. It might work, but it won't work as good. Well, Creality is doing enough volume that they can control the quality control of their parts. They can dictate the quality level of their parts, and as their volume goes up, the amount of quality they can deliver without increasing the price goes up. So their printers stay cheap, but the quality gets better and better and better. That's what happens when you're able to push the kind of volume that Creality pushes. That's why the Creality printers tend to be a little more reliable. Now, that has a trickle-down effect. So what you're seeing now is you're seeing other vendors starting to make printers with similar quality to Creality. And that's happened because Creality is a behemoth. And so the overall quality of the entire portion of the industry making those parts goes up because Creality is ordering so much of them. Yeah, well, there's a lot of cutthroat copying. Now you got to remember, that's not a bad thing. That's the nature of open source. The Ender 3 is an OSHWA certified open source printer. Anybody can make an Ender 3. There's no copyright, there's no patent, it's open source, it's public domain. Let's send me another deal. Here it is. Oh, that's cute looking. I have no idea how good it is, but it's certainly cute looking. So the Colin sent me this LGT Longer Cube 2. It's a little cube printer. $10 coupon, so it's $90 with the coupon. That's kind of cute. That's a cute little, what's the build volume there? 120 by 140 by 105. That's not bad. That's not a bad build volume for a mini printer. So as more and more of the volume is taken over by Creality, more and more of the volume of that entire industry begins to match that quality. So now these other manufacturers are able to get affordable parts at nearly equal quality. Believe it or not, it's kind of interesting. China is like the Wild West of capitalism. People think, China, communism. No, not really. First of all, they're not really communist. They're more socialist. Their political nature is communist. They're like a dictator. The government likes to maintain a very harsh control over everything. I have a Discord account, but I don't have a I don't have my own Discord, but I do have a Discord account. Let's see here. Discord. Come on. Whatever. Pending. Yeah, we'll take that. I got nothing in here. So, nothing's in here. My Discord is, well, discord@Nerisse.com. And I'm Nerisse, number 6759 on Discord. Dragon drone, that doesn't make sense. Too many of those words are mangled for me to understand what that says. Hey, Francis. Twitter. Hang on. I don't check my private messages too much on Twitter if it's a new request, if I don't recognize the name, because I get a simply ridiculous number of Amazon sellers begging me to review their crap on Amazon. I get hundreds. So it's very easy for me to miss a message on Twitter. Unless it's from somebody who I'm already friended with. Maybe I am. It's just something that's been in the back of my mind. I'm trying to figure out something to do for my patrons. I'm trying to figure out how to do something special just for them. Does anybody know why GIFs do not work on Facebook and Twitter on Firefox? Why? I don't understand why I cannot for the life of me get some videos or GIFs to work in Firefox. It's something to do with the browser, but I don't know what it could ghost read? No way. Trust site. I know it's Firefox, but what? How to fix it? I mean, not everybody else experiences it. It shows up for a second and then it's gone. I don't get it. It shows up for a second and then it's gone. Yeah, but what extension could cause it? Is there a way to, like, globally disable extensions? Like, disable them all temporarily? There probably is some sort of a safe mode. No, it never works. Even when I do a fresh install on a brand new clean computer, like this is a brand new clean install of Windows 10 Pro, it still doesn't work. Message. There you are. See, I would recognize that icon. Accept invite. There you go. I don't know how often I'll be on there, but you know, I'm in there now. And the same thing happens with some videos on Facebook. It won't play the videos. It'll play a few seconds and then it stops. It's like, why? Let me see if I can find one. And then sometimes they play. Sometimes they play through. I'll try to find one right now. Hang on, I gotta reply to my cousin. See you later, Dragon Don. You have a great day, and thank you for joining in. Now, you know, that's a good point. This is an older computer. I mean, it's a top-notch computer, but it definitely is older. The video, especially the video card. Yeah, but it's a higher performing, it's a better video card than this, and this does the same thing. So I have what is in this? It's a good video card, but it's old. It's a Quadro K5100. I cannot change the video drivers on this computer. There's one video driver that works on this computer, and I cannot use a different driver. I cannot update it. I can't do anything to it. Because this computer has a dream screen. It has a dream color display panel with a custom driver for the Quadro K5100M. It's like a 4 gigabyte, 5 gigabyte video card. Yeah, so okay, that actually starts to make a lot more sense. I'll have to see if it does it on my desktop machine once I get that set up, if I ever get that set up. But I'll have to see if it does it on that. That's a good point. I didn't think of that. Let's find out. Let's bring up Twitter on this. I just haven't gotten all the parts pulled out to set it up yet. And because this is a badass laptop. I mean, it's a Core i7 3.2 gigahertz with 32 gigabytes of RAM, multiple terabyte SSDs. It's got 6 USB ports. It's got it has everything. It's got the Quadro K5100. It's got the 19-inch screen or 18-inch screen. It's just it's a bitching laptop. No, that actually doesn't happen. You don't see computer parts too much. At least I haven't. Every now and then, expensive computers like an Alienware laptop will pop up, but that kind of thing is gone like that. If you like literally, it'll pop up in 5 seconds. It's gone. So if you're not there when it pops up, you're not getting it. I did just get a Philips $700 espresso machine. That's like, why not? My sister likes the espresso, so why not? Not now, not now. Go away. Don't bother me. No, it happens in Chrome. That's why I'm thinking it's the driver, because it does it in Chrome too, and it does it in Edge too. So it's not just Firefox. So that actually makes a lot of sense that it would be the GPU. I didn't think of that. 428.171, 428.171. Yeah, I think you're right. I think there's a driver issue. I don't know why I didn't think of that. You can, oh wait, a good point. You can disable hardware acceleration. How do you do that? Is that in the about.config place? Now let's see. Can I load up the... That's just a picture. That's just a picture. Are you serious? So I just do a search for that. It's currently set to false. Do I set it to true? Wow. What, was somebody after him? I know he was a bit Lulu, but... Well, Firefox shouldn't affect YouTube because I YouTube through OBS, which is totally separate from... Now, do I have to restart the browser for that to take effect? Now, of course, I'm not seeing any animated images on here. Of course, there'd be no animated GIFs. It's all pictures. Here's one. Hey, it's working. Now, is that a video? Oh, this is a video. So, yeah, the video is working on that one. So, it might be a driver issue. Tax evasion. Dummy. You can't beat the IRS. Trying to find the same video and see if it plays. Hey, that one's playing now. Yeah, but that's a video, not interesting. It blocked your post because I bet you because of the word Scientology. Okay, but that's a video, not an animated GIF. Nope, the GIF's still not working. So the GIFs still blank out. See? The animated GIFs won't work. Videos work, but not animated GIFs. Let me find an animated GIF on here. No, was that a GIF? Yeah. Okay, so it works on here. So animated GIFs work on here. And that's Firefox. It's the same version of Firefox. So it is video drivers. Okay. So it's something to do with the drivers on this computer. Yeah, here's another GIF that's working fine. So there's another one that's working fine. So it is something to do with drivers. I wonder if there's any workaround for that. I might also have to reload the browser for that change we just made. Oh, I found out that the crack for Simplify 3D for 4.0 works on 4.1.2, but it breaks Simplify 3D. And I don't know how to fix it. When I slice it, it comes up as 0, and I don't know why. So when I bring up a file on Simplify 3D, and I click Prepare to Print, it goes through the motions. It's slicing it. It says it's doing it. You know, looking for overhangs, calculating infill. It appears to be doing what it says. Yeah, nothing on the screen. When it's done, you get nothing. Anybody know what's up with that? Because this would be really handy when I'm on the field and I want to slice something. Well, I think it's because of the crack. I think the crack is doing something. Hey, it still gives me the best results of any slicer out there. Although, most of it is because I know how to navigate the UI. Anytime I want to make a change, I know where to do that. Well, the problem is, I paid the $150 for Simplified 3D, but you're limited to 2 computers. And I need it on 5 computers. I need it on this laptop. I need it on that desktop. I need it on my 2 tablets, and I need it on my Carbon. So, I got the Carbon for light trips when I'm not going to be, when I don't need a whole lot of power. So I got the Carbon for that. And well, I don't recognize licenses that limit what I can do with my software. I paid for it. It's mine. I should be able to do anything I want with it for my own personal use. Now, if I had multiple people using the machines, then having a larger license would make sense. So I'm going to send them a message and just, maybe they'll say yes. I'm going to ask them, hey, can you set my license to 5 machines? Maybe they'll do it. But it's really, really annoying. I'm wondering if I activate the tablet with my license and then deactivate the license on Simplified 3D's website and then simply deny the app internet access. I wonder if that would work. I'm going to try that. That might work. I know the app phones home, but I don't think it'll stop working if it can't phone home because I've used it on machines with no internet connection. You just need the internet connection for that initial install. So I think it'll still work if the phone home don't work. But I wonder if I can do that. App level internet access control. It does, but I don't think it'll fail to load. I think if you have no internet, I don't think it'll fail to load. I wonder if there's a way for me to, well, if I'm on the field, there won't be no internet anyway. I'll have to try that. That might work. That's exactly it, Obiduts. I haven't spent enough time with the others. Now, there is more to it than just the UI. Well, I need to block it on the PC because this will connect to random internet. I might be connected to a hotel. I might be connected to a restaurant. I might be connecting to my cell phone. Oh, we're talking about the prints that I got off of the FL Sun SR. The toolkit that I found on Amazon, which was pretty cool. And just random 3D chit chat. We've been looking at some sale prices on Amazon, and we're looking at some UK used printers and stuff like that. We're just chatting. Yeah, we have similar in Simplified 3D where I can put support exactly where I want it. But I tend to print prints that don't need support. Like, I'll actually modify a print to not need support. Just because I hate support. But even not counting the UI, the Simplified 3D just does a better job at a lot of things. There's a lot of things where you set up the print on Prusa Slicer and you set up the print on Simplified 3D and it just comes out better. Maybe you could tweak Prusa Slicer to be as good, but then you got to retweak it each time. I don't have to keep retweaking Simplified 3D. It just works. I can create a profile in 30 seconds and click print, and it's just going to work. That's what I need. I need it to just work. No. I have I actually got to talk about the house. First of all, either today or tomorrow I'll have another video posted to Life and Reese. I finally got a couple more videos ready. But I got some interesting stuff. I showed you guys this already, but let me show you for those who don't remember, or for those who haven't seen it. Where is it? Is it in here? Nope. Not there. What about here? No. Oh, check this out. This was freaking cool. Somebody had an old Suzuki Samurai for sale. Yeah, they want was it $6,000 for that, and they'll get it too. They'll get that. They'll easily get $6,000 for that. But the nice thing about these kind of cars out here is they exist. They're all rust free. You know, because things don't rust out here. We don't use salt on the roads, and it's very dry. Like the humidity right now is 30%. No, not really. They don't tip over. Do you guys talk about interesting? Do you guys remember the consumer reports about the vehicles tipping over, about the SUVs, especially the Suzuki, tipping over and being a tip over danger? Do you guys remember the consumer reports thing about that? Hey, Alden. I haven't found the model, but we did find a picture of it. That's a nice model. Do you guys remember that with the consumer reports where they're pissing on the Suzuki for being a tip over hazard? Did you know that was fiction? That it was completely false? That they straight up lied? There was no tipping hazard whatsoever. None. The car was so stable. The guy at Consumer Reports had a hard-on for this car. He was stroking his prick over how much he hated this car. Not yet, Mike. He hated it so much that he wanted to fail this car just because. So one of the tests that they have to do is, swerve. Swerve and change lanes to avoid something. And is the car a tip over hazard? No, it was not a tip over hazard. But he hated the car, and he insisted the car had to be dangerous. So he told the driver, make it tip over. Do whatever you have to do, make the car tip over. And he's like, well, we're running the regular test. The car's not tipping over. He's like, you make it tip over, or I'll find somebody who will. Like this, so they rocked the car back and forth, back and forth, back and forth until they made the car tip over. They did things that would never happen in real life. They made the car tip over because that one guy hated the car and he insisted the car had to be dangerous and it had to fail, and so he made the car fail. It's a huge cover-up, scandal in Consumer Reports. There's actually a whole YouTube video on it that goes over the whole history. Of course, nobody remembers the expose exposing the bullshit. They just remember the original that said it was dangerous, and that got stuck in the American mind. But there's no danger at all. It was all scam. The guy made it up because he hated the car. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. You don't realize how much of that crap goes on because you never get exposed to it. You just don't realize it until later. It's just such a scam. Here it is. Okay, so a couple of things that I managed to get a hold of. And I have more. Because it's easier. That's why. It's a lot easier to have one wheel in the front than one wheel in the back. The whole steering geometry, the setup, everything is easier with a three-wheel or one wheel in the front. It's less stable, but mechanically speaking, it's easier to build. That's why almost all trikes are front-wheel trikes. That's why. because building an inverted trike is actually really difficult. Not difficult, expensive. I have one more picture. What did I do with that? It's easier when I can show you guys what I'm talking about. Well, you can kind of see it here. Okay. So, I got these roller beds for the belt printer. Yeah, stupid cheap. I got them stupid cheap. But I got these for tax reasons. I'm not telling you what I paid. I got these 10-foot roller beds. There's 2 of them there. The legs for the second one are inside. See you later, AGA. And in this trailer here, I have industrial shelving. Got a really, really good deal on industrial shelving. So this container right here is going to be the first one I mess with to turn it into a workshop. Well, not really. It's going to be an unpowered workshop for now. I'll run an extension cord to get a little bit of power. The lights will be solar. But it'll be a place where I can organize and work with stuff. I won't be able to set up a print farm. I don't have enough power here. I can't do that. It's like a $5,000 or $6,000 job to actually increase the amount of power I have here. So I can't do that. In this container here, if you guys remember, I got that pellet heater. Well, it turns out the pellet stove is actually pretty expensive to run when you factor in the insurance premium increase. Like, they want to charge me an extra $500 to have a wood stove because of the danger of the wood stove. So it's actually cheaper to have the mini split system, which I got installed. I now have a 27,000 BTU mini split triple head. Plus, I still have the original 12,000 BTU mini split. So that means I have 39,000 BTUs of available heat. Meaning, except for the very coldest days, which usually is only 1 or 2 days a year, I can heat this house now with the mini splits. And it's actually cheaper than the wood stove. Even without the insurance premium difference. Massively cheaper with the insurance premium difference. So, I'm getting rid of the wood stove. I'm going to fix that wood stove and then sell it, because I should be able to get $1,000 for it. It's a $1,500 wood stove. And, so the other problem is I have 3 tons of pellets. Since I thought I was going to be heating the house with pellets, I bought a lot of pellets. So this half of this container here, half of one side of this container, is filled with pellets, 40-pound bags of pellets. So I need help. I have work I need to do here that I'm not physically capable of doing. I can't even unload the shelving from the trailer because they're not the flimsy helium steel shelving. They're actually heavy. They weigh 70, 80 pounds each. I can deadlift 80 pounds, no problem. I can't deadlift 80 pounds sitting inside of a trailer 3 foot vertically when the item is 8 foot tall and hold that stable. I can't do it. I'm not physically. I don't think anybody is physically capable of doing that because your arms would have to be out like this. You'd have to grab the 2 ends of the shelf like this, and now you're trying to grab something like this and lift it straight up, and it's 80 pounds. Go ahead, you try that. Oh, and it's 8 foot tall. So it takes 2 people, and you can't tip it out because if you tip it, it all falls apart because nothing's bolted together. It's all pins and slots, which is really cool because it means you can adjust the shelves easily, but that also means you can't tip it over and carry it sideways. So I can't tip it over and drag it out of the trailer. You have to lift it out of the trailer. So I need help with that. I also need to get all the tiles out of this trailer. I also need to move all the tiles that I laid on the ground out front. That almost killed me setting those tiles up. Well, the problem is I have nobody to sell the printers to. I've explained this before. Okay. Well, the problem is it would take me weeks to disassemble them, move them, and reassemble them, and hope I do it right. I would really rather not do that. Especially since I know with 2 people helping me, I can have the shelves unloaded, moved, and set up in less than an hour. So, the idea hit me. And I have a lot more work around the house that needs to be done that's just very difficult for me to do right now. So the idea is trade labor for pellets, barter. And I've got two guys that when I'm done the stream, I'm calling because they both replied to me. I can't. The one neighbor, that neighbor there, he's too old, and this neighbor here, he's missing a leg. So while they would probably be willing to try, it's work they can't do. And so I can get all the work done in one day if I had help. So I put up a listing to barter for labor. You know, I'll pay you $20 an hour in pellets because a lot of people have wood stoves here. And I got two people who replied, so I'm hoping they're willing to do that. You know, give them, you know, the bags are worth $5.50 a bag. So let's call it $5 a bag. So that's 4 bags per hour. Actually, I wish I could have a forklift. A forklift might actually be handy. But actually what I really need is one of those little no, I don't need it, but I would like it. One of those little tiny tracked dozer digger things. You know, it's got the plow on one end and the little bucket arm on the other end, and you can replace that with a gripper claw to grab things. I would love that, but I don't really need that. But anyway, I got two guys who replied, so I'm hoping they're both going to say yes. I'm hoping they're both going to be able to show up on the same day. And get them out here one day, get everything done. So pull everything out of the container, put the shelves in, put the desks in, put the stuff back in the container on the shelves, done. Then I still need to cut the hole out to put a door in. I haven't been able to find anybody who can help me at a price I can afford. So I'm going to yes, I still plan to convert the bus into a mobile makerspace. But again, like I said in the beginning, that's going to take years. Because that's money. Exactly. I've got a shit ton of pellets that I don't need anymore. I mean, I know I can sell them eventually. And like especially, you know, when winter's coming, yeah, I can sell them easily. Nice one, DB3D. So, things might be happening soon with this because once I get the shelves and desks in there, I'll be able to put these roller beds in there too. And I have an electric sit-stand desk. It's one of those desks that's electrically adjustable. So the desk, you know, the desk can adjust up in height. So you can sit at it or you can raise it up and you can stand at it. Well, I got that desk for the CR30. I got it for free on the review site. I got it for the CR30 because with the electric adjustable desk, I can fine-tune, adjust the height of the desk to line the printer up with the roller beds. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. But so then I'll have a place. You know, that's 20 feet of roller bed. I can print some really long things with that. And so yeah, I hope to have that actually going pretty soon. And I'm also going to have them help me finish unloading the bus. Because, you know, my friend in Albuquerque, him and his son came out and helped the amazing viewer. He gave me the kitchen table I have. He gave me the washer and dryer I have. He helped me unload the entire bus. He helped me install my ceiling fans. The guy was amazing. And but there was two things on the bus that we couldn't finish unloading because there's not only was it a ton of work, but there's no place to put it right now. I have the 2 crates completely filled with filament. So here's one of them. Hang on. This is back in PA. This is what's called a pallet crate. So this crate is approximately 4 foot by 4 foot by 4 foot. So this is a 4-foot cube. It's a pallet crate. You can see how big it is in the back. You see it's bigger than the seat of the bus. It comes right out to the middle of the bus. So this is about, it's like, I think it's like 45 inches. It's basically 4 foot by 4 foot by 4 foot. And it's a folding pallet crate. It's really cool. It's full of filament. I have 2 of them full of filament. Hey, Lightspeed, where are you at? So I can have them help me unload that and unload the crate full of printers. I have 2 crates full of all printer parts. You know, all the printers I broke down. Because I'd really like to get my S5 going. I gotta find all the parts, but I'd like to get my... No, he's not knocking on my door. I have cameras. I'd see him. Oh, no, I keep the bus running. You know, once a month I go out there, I start it, I let it run until it reaches full operating temperature, I move it forward, I move it back, you know, because I don't want anything to cause a problem with the bus. And I would just eat them. But so yeah, I might actually genuinely be able to get some shit done here. You know, put these pellets to good use. And since I don't need them anymore. So where are you, Lightspeed? I'll be able to it'll free up my second trailer, which will be awesome. It will I doubt it. It looks like a normal key to me. I think I have it right here. That's the key to my bus. Cat bus. So that looks like a standard GM key. So it's a cut key. So that's not going to be generic. That's going to be specific to the bus. Oh yeah, it's pretty easy to find me. It's not hard at all. Why won't you go away? Thank you. What the hell is this thing doing? Man, is it being slow. But I posted a picture of the missing front door of my house, and half of you guys found the goddamn listing on the realtor website. I was like, fuck. Like 30 seconds it took you guys to find it. But just remember, I keep Mr. 12 gauge above the door and I eat people. Yeah, I love that keychain. That's for my cat bus. Murph is in Goshen, Indiana? Yeah, Goshen, Indiana. I can't afford to go. There's just no way I can afford that. That's okay. I have fangs and I have missiles. I also have 2, you know, ninja class attack kittens. So they'll just tear the shit out of you. I mean, just it's a little farther than 600 miles for me. What would that be for me? Well, the problem is you can only go 80 miles. You gotta find a place to charge. Maps. Goshen, Indiana. It's small enough that I can just do town center. So, to get to Goshen, it is 1,402 miles. I would have to take 40 to Oklahoma City, and then I have to start heading north through St. Louis, and then harder north to Chicago, and then to Goshen. Yeah, oh yeah. Because if you go fast, you're going to drain that battery fast. So here's the trip for me to get there. All the power banks in the trailer. Yeah, how many do I got? If only there were a way to actually connect them. But yeah, you're looking at a pretty healthy trip. So why won't you work? There you go. So I-40 East through Amarillo, Texas, then Oklahoma City. Then you start heading north toward Broken Arrow and Tulsa, Springfield, St. Louis. Then you head hard north at Effingham. And there's Chicago and Goshen. So that's well, first of all, I don't want to put that many miles on the Soul. I need that car to last 10 years. But let's see, what would that cost me in the Kia? Assuming I got 30 miles per gallon on average, I'd probably get better than 30, but assuming 30 miles per gallon, that is 2,800 miles divided by 30 times 3. That's $280 in fuel. That is a 21-hour drive, so that is a minimum 2-day trip. So add another $200 for hotel each way. So now the trip is $600. And then I have to add the cost of the hotel in Goshen. Let's assume that's going to be $300. So now we're at $900 plus some incidentals and food. So it's a $1,100 trip if I go real cheap. You know, McDonald's dollar menu. You know, it's an $1,100 trip to be, call it $1,200 to be safe. I don't have it. I don't got $1,200. Well, that's pretty cool. And you can't leave the last day of Goshen. You can't leave Sunday. You got to leave Monday because, you know, I'm not a spring chicken anymore. I can handle. I can still do a 10-hour. I can still do a 10-hour drive, but I can't do no 18-hour drives anymore like I used to, and I can't do no sleeping in the car like I used to. When I was younger, I would do trips cheap. You know, I had a big van. I literally took a twin mattress and I put that twin mattress in the back of the van. And I would just pull into a rest stop and climb into the back of the van and go to sleep. And or I'd sleep right in the seat. You know, I'd just put the seat back and go to sleep. I can't do that anymore. I don't have that. I don't have that kind of stamina anymore. I can still do a 10-hour shift driving. I can still manage that. So I could do this with a one-night stop. But that night has to be in a hotel room. Because if I don't get a good night's sleep in a proper bed with a shower and a breakfast in the morning, I can't do 10 hours the next day. So this one I would do, you know, 11 hours the first day, 10 hours the second day. And that means, now, is it still Friday, Saturday, Sunday? So I would have to get there Thursday night. So I would need a hotel for Wednesday night on the road, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday for the event. So now we're at 5 nights, plus the one night on the way home. That's 6 hotel nights. Even at $54 a night, that's $65 with taxes, $70 with taxes. That's $350 for hotel rooms. Can't do that. I don't have the money. You're looking at hotel and gas alone is $630. And that's what I make in a whole month. I can't afford to drop a whole month's income into that. I can't. So if I was less than 10 hours, so that I would not have to get any hotels there and back, I could maybe do it. Maybe arrive there, 10 o'clock at night, sleep in the car right there at the site. Because I would be fucked the next day sleeping in the car, but I'd be walking around an event, not driving, which would be dangerous. So I could deal with that. So if it was less than 10 hours away, I would do it. Because then I could, I can arrive there Friday morning, sleeping in the car, and then, get the hotel for Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday night. So 3 nights. And that would only be like $200. And then, Monday morning, drive home. But, yeah, and then plus 1,400 miles away, if something happens here, it's just a lot of, I'm not stable enough to be able to make trips like that yet. When I flew, it was different because I was sharing the cost of the hotel and the cost of the car with somebody, so all I had to do was pay for an airline ticket. Well, let's see what it would cost to take the bus. Okay, so here we go. I told you guys, once I have it in a makerspace, if you guys pay for it, I'll take the bus. But it's 2,800 miles, okay, divided by 6 miles per gallon times 3. That's $1,400 just for gasoline. Now, I might not be able to do it at this time of year, but at the normal time of year that Murph happens, I can sleep in the bus because it's still semi-winter. So you see, the thing is, warming up is easy when you're traveling. In the house, warming up is the hard part. Cooling is the easy part. But when you're traveling, warming up is easy. You put on blankets. Cooling down, you have to have AC. That's the only way to cool down. Yes, it would, until I got there, of course. But on the trip out, I wouldn't have to get any hotels. I could just sleep in the bus. Pull in a rest stop. I plan to have a twin mattress underneath one of the counters. And I could just crawl into that mattress and go to sleep. And for a trip like that, easy. But you're talking $1,400, and I would still need a $5,000 escrow account for that bus, so that if it broke down, I can afford to actually fix it. You get a flat tire, it's $600. That's just a flat tire, okay? So I would need a $5,000 escrow account, meaning that would be $5,000 available to me if I had that bus break down, and obviously nothing would go to me if it didn't break down. And I would need $1,400 in fuel. I mean, obviously I could afford to pay for the hotel there and my food, but I couldn't afford the $1,400 in fuel. So if I ever successfully convert that bus into a mobile makerspace, and if you guys want that mobile makerspace at Murph, that's what it's going to cost. A $5,000 escrow plus $1,400 in fuel. Because I don't have that kind of money. When it's kind of amazing when you think about it. I used to make trips like that all the time. But that's when I could sleep in the car. And it was a small car, it was a van or a Jeep or something like that. And so repairs weren't an issue. I brought tools with me to make my own repairs and stuff like that. Like literally, when I would travel cross country for a NARM or something like that, I would load all the tools that I think I would need. I had to change my brakes once. One of the brake pads broke. Like it didn't wear out. The pad cracked. And so obviously the actual stopping part of the pads was gone. And so I had to change my brakes right there on the field at NM. But I brought all my tools with me, so that was no problem. I went to the local auto parts store, paid $30 for a set of pads, and the first 2.5 hours of NM I spent changing my brakes on the field. But but you know, Michelle was at home. My father was there. We had a family business. We didn't make a lot of money, but we had access to money if we needed it. So, you know, there was always $2,000 in the store. So even though that would hurt the business for a little bit, we could take that $2,000 for an emergency. You know, if we had an emergency repair or something like that. And so there was less risk in taking trips like that. Both less risk to me and less risk to the household. Because if I couldn't come home for a week, well, there was somebody else at home. You know, there was somebody running the business. There was somebody at the house, you know. If Michelle fell and got hurt, somebody could take her to the hospital. But now, there's no one. It's me and Michelle, and that's it. There's no family business to be an emergency backup support. There's nobody who can, you know, fly out to help. There's nobody who can drive out to help. I mean, we had tow dollies. You know, if I got stuck within 1,000, 1,500 miles of the house, worst case scenario, my dad could get in a pickup truck with the tow dolly, come out, we hook up the car to the tow dolly, we tow it home. You know, worst case scenario, we could do that for a few $100, you know, because we can tag team the driving. You know, we had those options available to us. You know, my brother, he can jump in the truck and take the tow dolly and come out and get me. And, you know, I blew the engine up in the car. You know, okay, yeah, life's going to suck. You're going to have to spend the next 3 days driving to come out and get me. But we could. We had that option. We could do that. We had the ability to help ourselves. You know, it's not like I had to pay a mechanic $3,000 in some shady town in the middle of rural Oklahoma to fix my car. Okay, you know, drive a day and a half, come out and get me with the tow dolly. We tow the car home. I have 4 cars, so I just pick another car and go back to work. And then when I have the money, fix the original car. Yeah, we can do things like that. Now that I live alone, on my own, with my own income, with Michelle, I don't have that kind of flexibility anymore. And you know, I'm thinking about all the trips I'm going to take, and then I start realizing, wait a minute, what if I break down? What if I blow an engine? What if this happens? What if that happens? You know, 10 years ago, all of it was no big deal. Call home for help. Well, now I can't call home for help. I have to depend on whatever resources I have in my pockets to help me. And you don't realize how big that is until you actually realize how big that is. You know, I guess it's actually the opposite. I guess I'm the privileged one who had access to that kind of resources and help, while most people didn't have access to that kind of resources and help. And that's why most people don't make trips like that, because of the cost and risk involved in making a trip like that. I had a very privileged life growing up where we had a very complete family with resources. You know, we didn't have money, but we had resources. There's a difference between money and resources. Money means, you know, I whip out the credit card and I hand it to the guy and say, fix it, whatever's wrong. That's money, okay? It's no big deal. You know, rent a car and a trailer from wherever and continue on my trip, whatever. You know, that's money. But we did, Albuquerque, 24 miles. Albuquerque's right on the other side of the mountain. But we did have access to resources. We had a family business. We had a house. You know, I had a brother, a sister, and a father. Both the brother and the father could drive. We had a mechanic that we knew who would help us fix things very affordably. I visited the crater. It's on one of my NARM pages. It's the Tucson, Arizona. If you go to naramlive.com, this is another one of my websites. So if you go to naramlive.com, it's the Tucson, Arizona one. This one. I think it's this one. So I think if you go to this one, you go to NARM Live, and it's going to be pre-NARM, I think. Where's my pre-NARM stuff? Oh, no, this is the one I flew out. And we rented a car. Wrong NARM. This is not the right one. Was it? We went to Pima. Which NARM was it? Oh, it's going to be newer. No, yeah, these are newer. That's Ohio. Could it be this one? No, we were definitely in Arizona. What state is this? It's on one of my NARM pages, anyway. That's Muskegon. That's not Arizona. Whatever state that is, that's not Arizona. It has to be. It's got to be this one. Could be this one. I think that was Michigan again. Definitely wasn't Missouri. I don't remember which one it was. Or maybe oh, here it is. Tucson, Arizona. NARM 57. Here we go. NARM 57. So NARM Live. Then you go to pre-NARM. Here we go. So here's Thursday. I went to Pima Aerospace Museum. And then Wednesday, we went to the Meteor Crater in the Petrified Forest. Tuesday, we saw the Sunset Volcano and the Grand Canyon. And then Monday, flight to Tucson, through Chicago, drive to Flagstaff, Arizona. So here's the whole trip right there. So we flew to Tucson through Chicago. We drove to Flagstaff. We saw the Sunset Volcano and Grand Canyon. Then we went to the Meteor Crater in the Petrified Forest. Then we went to the Pima Aerospace Museum. So you can see all of those pictures where we went to all those places. The crater was pretty cool. I was really annoyed they wouldn't let me fly my drone there. So here's the crater. Here's the crater right there. There's still wreckage from the airplane down there, too, from what I said. Really pretty cool. I like the movie Starman too. That was a very good movie. I think that's the wreckage right down there. And then back to gallery. Let's see here. That's all still the crater. And then I think went to the... Was this the Petrified Forest? I think this was the Petrified Forest. Yeah, this is the Petrified Forest as well. So we got to see all the, the petrified wood. It's amazing people will steal wood from the Petrified Forest. And, your first thought might be, why is it a problem? There's so much there. Do you have any idea how many people go there? If every single person took just one little piece, there'd be nothing left. Well, the thing is, you own whatever petrified wood is on your property. If you just go into town right there, there are plenty of places that will sell you as much petrified wood as you want, and it's not expensive. $10 and you can go home with a handful of the stuff. I don't know if I have pictures or not. Here, I picked up a piece. This is a beautiful piece, by the way. I wish I could have taken that, but, it's stupid to even think of taking it. I probably have pictures of what I bought. because we drove into town. Oh, this place was amazing. There's this canyon that you can actually drive into. It's I don't know where it is. It's somewhere on that road going from the Petrified Forest down to Pima, that eastern edge of Arizona. There's a canyon you actually drive through. It's better than the Grand Canyon in some respects, because it's first of all, you're in it, and second of all, you can actually see the other side. You don't realize how big the Grand Canyon is. You know, I'm thinking, oh, it'd be neat if I could fly my drone out to the middle of the Grand Canyon, and then you realize the middle is 7 miles away. Your drone ain't flying that far. The middle is 7 miles away. The other side's 13 miles away. That's why it looks so hazy, because you got so much atmosphere. Look at this. Look at this. Look at that. And these pictures are horrible because it was almost nightfall. Here's one of the stops. It was almost night, so the pictures are pretty bad. You can see how dark it is. But you can just stop here at these little stops on the way and take pictures. But you actually drive through this canyon. It's amazing. Why is it in that area? I don't know. I don't know which Apollo capsule. It's whichever one Pima Air Museum has. Hang on. I should have the ability to... I don't have a previous page. Oh, I don't have the ability to jump back, do I? Here we go. So here's Pima Air Museum. So there's a whole bunch of stuff here. I almost got permission to fly my drone at the Pima Air Museum. It took me over an hour and a half. And then the guy chicken shitted out and told me no anyway. No, you cannot go in the crater. There is no safe way to go in that crater. Very, very dangerous. So I asked him, you know, I want to fly my drone here at the Pima Air Museum. I want to get some unique perspectives of some of the aircraft here, because a lot of it's outdoors. And you know, at first they said no. You know, you got the airbase next door. I was like, well, what if I got permission from the airbase? It shouldn't be a problem. I'm only going to be 100 feet up. He's like, well, you can't get permission from the airbase. I was like, well, let me try. So I call up the military base at the Pima, you know, the military base right there next to Pima. And I eventually get a hold of a, what was it? Is either a first lieutenant or a major at the control tower. And, you know, so this is the guy in charge at the control tower. And I was like, and I explained, like, hi, I'm next door at the Pima Air Museum, and I'd like to fly my drone at the Pima Air Museum. He's like, your drone? Yeah, it's a little model airplane, like a helicopter with 4 little propellers, you know, weighs about 1 pound. You know, I was like, I'll only be about 100 feet off the ground. So, you know, some of the stuff here is taller than that. You know, so, you know, I won't interfere with airspace or anything like that. And the guy, once the guy at the tower understood what I wanted to do, he's like, sure, go ahead. And I was like, cool. He's like, just don't cross the road into the airbase. And I was like, oh, no, I'm going to stay in the museum. And he's like, go ahead, fly whatever you want. So I go back in and tell him, okay, the guy at the military base said, okay. And he looked at me, he's like, bullshit. He didn't say bullshit, but, you know, he said, like, no way or something like that. But, you know, the tone of voice was bullshit. Like, he couldn't believe it. I was like, no, I'm serious. He's like, no way, I don't believe you. I was like, well, here's the number. You know, I eventually got transferred to a captain. I was like, it's Captain so-and-so at the tower. You can call him. Here's the number. He called him, and the captain says, yeah, as long as he stays, you know, over the museum, you know, 100 feet off the ground, he's fine. He can fly whatever he wants. And the guy was just like, really? It's okay? And he still told me no. It's like, I spent all that time going through all these military channels to have the guy at the military air base tell me no problem. Go ahead, fly your drone. And he's still chicken shitted out, wouldn't let me fly it. The bastard. Today it would be a straight no. But back then it was still an unknown thing. But, you know, what are you going to do? They had a blackbird there. Freaking love the blackbird. Nothing beats the blackbird. God, I love that airplane. Oh, here's something you don't see too often. D-21 drone. A lot of people don't know that the D-21 actually mounted on top of the Blackbird. You know why they made this? Because when they got caught flying the Blackbird over Russia, Russia threw a fit. Remember they shot down that guy in the U-2 spy plane? So we signed an agreement with Russia. We agreed to no manned overflight of Russian airspace. Well, that's not manned. So that's why they made this to spy on Russia. Nothing replaced the Blackbird. Satellites replaced the Blackbird. Basically, political, financial infighting killed the Blackbird. I love that. I actually talked to the actual guy who made that flight. I got to meet him. He's freaking awesome. It was at an event I went to. But yeah, that story is great. If you guys haven't heard it, go see it. But basically, there's a dick measuring max. A dick measuring contest that pilots will use. So this Cessna pilot, you know, he was getting bounced around by the. I'm paraphrasing, so I might get some of this wrong. But basically, the Cessna pilot calls in for a speed check. You know, a lot of our ATC towers, you know, they came from the Apollo era, space era. That ATC voice, that calm, collected, southern, you know, professional voice that you hear from towers and stuff like that, the big towers, that came from the Apollo era. And so that's a very calm and collected voice to hear to help calm people down. It's very good. It's good. It's a good thing. But anyway, this little Cessna calls in for a speed check, and you know the guy gives him his ground speed check because an airplane has an airspeed and a ground speed. So if you're going, you know, 100 miles an hour, but you're flying into a 20-mile-an-hour headwind, your ground speed is 80 miles an hour. So even though you're flying at 100 miles an hour, you're only actually covering ground at 80 miles an hour. And that becomes important if you have the fuel for the 100-mile-an-hour trip, but you don't have the fuel for the 80-mile-an-hour trip. So you need to know your ground speed in order to make sure you can actually cover your trip and whatnot. So he called in for a speed check to verify his instruments were correct and whatnot. And this guy in a larger airplane, you know, decided to dick measure with this guy and called in for a speed check. And of course, he was going substantially faster. And so, of course, this Navy jock pilot decides, yeah, well, I'm gonna smash these bugs on my windshield, and you know, blah blah blah. Navy fighter pilot calling in a speed check, and he gives him his speed, you know, in the same professional tone. The guy, he was talking about how he didn't know if he would truly mesh with his pilot and co-pilot the right way. And he really wanted to get on the radar, or get on the radio and smash that Navy pilot. He just wanted to crush his ego. But, you know, he wasn't the one in charge. He wasn't the one supposed to use the radio. And sure enough, his Rio punches up the radio. It says, Aspen something something speed check. And he said he heard the smallest break in that ATC officer's voice when he saw, because he's the Blackbird's not going to show up on the radar, but they have a transponder so that American towers can see them, of course. And when he sees the altitude and speed that this thing is flying at, you hear a little break in his voice. And he says, your speed is this. He's like, oh, I'm showing this actually a slightly different speed. He's like, well, yeah, your equipment's probably a little better than mine. And that Navy pilot was just squished. You gotta read the story. It's much better when you watch it. It's better than I portray it, but it's very good. If you're an aviation geek, you're gonna love that. It's a very, very good video to watch. Good story to read. Yes, that's because there is so much expansion in the airframe that There's no way to seal up the leaks. The expansion was too much. So they just let the airplane leak. They put a minimum, hey Ian, how you doing? They put a minimum amount of fuel in the aircraft. It took off. And before they made their first run, they'd fill up in the air. And once the aircraft heated up and the parts expanded, then it would seal and it would stop leaking. One of the reasons the aircraft has all of this kind of shape all over it on the Blackbird is for the strength, because the tanks is actually the skin of the airplane, and it uses that for cooling. It uses the fuel for cooling of the engine, and so the skin of the aircraft is like a big giant radiator to help bleed off that heat that it's making. I think I remember reading once that the SR-71 Blackbird has the air conditioning capacity of 24 Levittown houses, because it has so much heat it has to get rid of. They have to wear gloves. They wear pressure suits, first of all, like almost like spacesuits. But they also have to wear gloves when handling things in the cockpit, because some parts of the cockpit are hot enough to burn you if you touch them. When they wanted to heat up their meal, like if they had a sandwich, they would just put the sandwich against the windshield and it's like stick it in the oven. That's how hot it got. It's incredible, absolutely incredible. The aircraft was not capable of deviating more than 8 degrees on pitch. If it deviated more than 8 degrees, it would break up. It to do a turnaround at speed, to do a 180, took 20 miles. When you fired a missile at the Blackbird, this is not how it actually happens, but you can imagine this is basically what happens. Yeah, the guys flying the Blackbird, they fired a missile at us. There's the missile. Here's the throttle. Bye, missile. The airplane was it's not that it was fast. All right, there are plenty of missiles that go faster than the Blackbird, and it's not that it was flying high. There's plenty of missiles that go higher than the Blackbird, but there's very few that can go both higher and faster. And then you have they actually ran a test, a scenario of the Blackbird against our own Navy. And you have in the military, you have what's called a window of engagement. So let's say you're here and you're detecting something out here at your maximum range, okay? So your radar and your systems and your targeting systems have a maximum range. So let's say it's that far, which means you have a circle around you this big. And anything outside of that circle is outside of your window of engagement. You can't target it. You can't see it. You can't interact with it. It's too far away. So whatever you're targeting, whatever you're shooting at, has to be inside of that window. That's your window of engagement. They sent the Blackbird against our own Navy. They told them when it was coming, where it was coming from, where it was going to, and how fast it was going. And they still could not target the Blackbird. It entered, passed through, and exited their window of engagement so quickly, the pilots and crews didn't even have a chance to lock on. Because it was just, they're gone that fast. It's like you have a rifle and you can shoot 100 yards, okay? So you can do 100 yards that way, you can do 100 yards that way. And then I send something through so fast you don't even have time to raise your rifle. It's just that's what happens with Blackbird. It's so fast, it's crazy. Oh, now that's interesting. I didn't know that, Robert. That's a cool new fact I didn't know. And as far as chewing fuel, do you know how long the Blackbird can fly on a full tank of gas? About 90 minutes. Less time than most movies. About the time of a Disney movie. It could only fly for 90 minutes. But it covered over 3,000 miles in that 90 minutes. It was amazing. I love the Blackbird. The Blackbird is just nothing short of amazing. Because of how thin the air is, it actually got more of its thrust from the suction at the front of the nacelles than the exhaust. And the this shock cone here on the Blackbird, they're adjustable because they have to control the shock wave as it enters the engine, or you'll get what's called a shock stall. The engine will stall. Yep, mostly titanium. They actually had a huge problem. Yeah, I know that we bought the titanium from Russia to make our Blackbird to spy on Russia. But they had a huge problem at first. The failure rate for parts for the Blackbird was like 19 out of 20. Like, they would have to try 20 times to get one part. And they like, what the hell is going on? Why is the failure rate so high? You won't believe what it was. It was the city tap water. The city tap water had chlorine in it. And chlorine reacted poorly with the titanium. There was a reaction between the chlorine and the titanium. So they had to have non-chlorinated water to work on the parts for the Blackbird. I gotta blow my nose real quick. I love the Blackbird. So the D-21 drone, this little aircraft right here, mounted to the top of the Blackbird. And what happened was they would launch it from the Blackbird. It would fly into Russian airspace, fly back out, and then they would catch it. I don't know if it crashed or they caught it like a net, or they would catch it somehow. And I don't think it ever flew a mission. Too many problems. You know, it would take off and hit the rudders of the Blackbird. Exactly, yes. They had to make sure it was non-chlorinated water. But, God, I love that airplane so much. Just, God, I love the Blackbird. There's another cool shot of it. Such an amazing aircraft. I missed out on a chance to get a piece of a Blackbird. Someone was actually selling an entire rudder. This part here. A whole rudder from a Blackbird on eBay. And it sold for like $800. But I was a kid. I didn't have the money. I wish, because you know what that would be worth today? Priceless. That would probably be worth more than my house. Do you imagine the headboard of my bed being a Blackbird rudder? Oh, yeah. Yes, the A12 was an earlier version of the Blackbird. You can tell the A12 because you notice how the Blackbird has that nice clean nose that comes to a point like this. Like that. Well, the A12, the chine cuts in early and the nose continues forward. It was also actually a combat aircraft. The A12 carried missiles. I could be wrong on the details here. I think they either had to do it differently or they couldn't do it at all. They couldn't put guns on the Blackbird because it would catch up to and crash into its own bullets. It was so fast that it would catch up to and crash into the bullets it fired. So they couldn't put guns on it, or they had to use different guns. But I know it carried Phoenix missiles. The A12 could carry missiles. And they didn't do too much with that. The A12, you had the YF-12A, and then it went to the Blackbird. Also, the Blackbird was actually not the SR-71. It was actually the RS-71, Reconnaissance Surveillance 71. It was the RS-71. But when the president announced the Blackbird, he screwed up and he made a mistake and he called it the SR-71. They didn't want to correct the president, so they renamed it the SR-71. I thought that was funny. You can see a lot of it is outdoors. So a huge portion of the Pima Air Museum is outdoors. It's got all these airplanes. It would have been awesome to be able to do a drone flyover. It was a lot of fun. Yes, that was the SR-71B. That was the trainer version, and it was a little bit slower because that they were all two-seaters, but the original, the seats were in line. Let me show you. Here we go. So you can see, so the second person sat here, and the first person sat here. But the SR-71B, for training, had a raised cockpit for the second seat. Here's a very famous picture of it. Here, oh, there's a good one right there. Seriously? That low res? Get out of my face. There we go. See how it's got a bump, a raised cockpit? That's so both of them could see forward. Because in the original one, the cockpit was flush with this front cockpit. So the Rio, the person who sat in the back, couldn't see out the aircraft except out the sides. You know, he couldn't see forward. So the B variant had a raised second cockpit. I think there were only 3 or 4 of them. There weren't that many of them. Maybe less, but there was only a couple of them made, and but yeah, that second. Oh, here's another interesting fact: many times they had to repaint it after every flight because all these colors. You can see this aircraft has not flown Mach 3 because when the aircraft flies at altitude and speed, it burns all the paint off. Literally burns the paint off. It's. I love the Blackbird. There's just nothing better than the Blackbird. Here we go. You can see here. See? So the first guy, the pilot sat here, and the Rio sat here. So as you can see, he only has windows to look out the side. He can't actually look forward. So there's the normal Blackbird. Now this here, you see how the nose is chined all the way up? That's your SR. That's your RS, your SR. That's the reconnaissance bird. And then if we look at YF-12, there you go. So there's the YF-12 version. Would you stop picking different pictures? You can see the nose is chopped on the front here. This actually came first. So the YF-12 actually came before the SR-71. What is that? That's interesting looking. It's got a whole bunch of attachments for testing. Just remarkable aircraft. Just such an amazing, amazing aircraft. The Russians eventually developed the MiG-25 Foxbat as a way to counter the SR-71, and it was actually capable of flying as high and as fast as the Blackbird, you know, to try to chase it down. And the problem was it could only do it once. Because when they pushed the engines that hard, they burned them up. So it was a one-time use aircraft if they used it to try to chase a Blackbird. God, I love this airplane. Boy, I never saw a white one. There's a wind tunnel model. Wow. Looks weird white. Awesome, awesome aircraft. Nothing beats the Blackbird. To me, it's the greatest creation by the hand of man. I love that airplane so much. You know, it's kind of funny when I was a kid, before I was 10 years old, I knew what I wanted to do. I wanted to grow up, join the Air Force, and become a Blackbird pilot. That was my life's goal. I wanted to join the Air Force and fly the Blackbird. I don't know. I'm going to guess around 160. And I went to Wills Eye Hospital for a checkup. I want to guess I was 14 or so. I was in Scouts. I was in NJROTC. I was in Civil Air Patrol. I got my Mitchell. I got my Red Scarf. I was going to join the Air Force. I would only have to do 2 weeks of boot because I'd be able to skip 4 weeks of boot because I was going to go directly into officer training, and I would actually start off as an E6. That was because of my Civil Air Patrol and my Mitchell. I became an officer in Civil Air Patrol, and I went to my Hawk Mountain training and Fort Indiantown Gap training. So I was going to be able to make a big head start in the Air Force. I was going to, I would only have to do 2 weeks of boot, and I would go almost directly into officer training. And instead of starting as an E2, I would start off as an E4, higher pay, or E6, higher pay grade. And I was on the verge of getting my Eagle in Scouts, and then I found out I could never get my Eagle. It was impossible because I would turn 18 before the minimum time period passed, no matter what I did. And then I went to the Wills Eye Hospital and did a checkup because I was born blind. I was born with no sight. They were able to repair this eye, but they couldn't repair this eye. The eye's fine. The USB cable didn't finish forming. So the optic nerve going from the eye to the brain didn't finish forming. It's only partially there. So I have I have light sensing. I can tell light and dark. Like if you shine a flashlight over here, I can sometimes tell there's light there. And I can sometimes see motion. So if you wave something around over here, I can sometimes tell. I can't see anything, but I can sometimes tell there's something moving. It's really weird seeing my hand on the camera, but not being able to see it here. It's kind of weird. Yeah, they haven't really released anything yet. They've only released junk. Most of the stuff they've released isn't even UFOs. But I was sitting there in the hospital and the doctor was saying, well, the only thing you can't do is, be a surgeon or be a fighter pilot. And I was like, no! My dad came busting through the door and was like, what happened? And the doctor said, I just said he can't be a fighter pilot. And my dad was like, fuck. Because that's what I was going to do. My whole future I had already planned out before most kids are thinking, I want to be a soldier, I want to be a firefighter. I had actually planned mine out, and I even knew the path I was going to take to get there. Now it turns out I never would have been able to fly the Blackbird anyway. First of all, I didn't get heavy until college. I wasn't overweight in high school, and I was too tall. You can't be a fighter pilot. As far as I know, you can't fly the Blackbird at 6'4". You can't fit in the airplane. But I had my whole life planned out, and how I was going to get there. And this doctor tells me, no, you can't do that. Like, you fucker. Oh my God. The first time I realized, as a kid, you don't realize you're different than other people. I mean, even though you can't see out of one eye, that becomes your normal. You don't realize how different you are from other people. There were normal things, like I can't catch a ball. All right, you throw a baseball at me, the way that I catch a ball is I put my face in front of the ball and then I put my glove in front of my face. That's how I catch a ball. If it's a grounder, I'm fucked. Because I can't catch grounders. Because I have to put my glove on the ground and move back and forth to catch the ball. I can't just catch the ball because I can't tell how far it is. And Um, we were at Disney World. I couldn't have been more than 10. We were at Disney World, and they had the science fiction version of Thriller by Michael Jackson in 3D. And so this is what early versions of 3D. The red and green glasses. So we're sitting here at Disney World watching Thriller in 3D. And it gets to a point where there's an asteroid on the movie screen. And the asteroid's just sitting there doing this, tumbling. And I'm sitting there getting a little bored. You know, I'm a kid, okay? But I'm getting bored because nothing's happening. It's just this asteroid spinning on the screen. And after about a minute of this, I'm like, is the movie broken? You know, is it going to do something? And I look over to my dad to ask him if the movie was broken, and I'm just stunned into silence. Because I look over, and my dad, my brother, my sister, and everybody else in the theater is doing this. Like they're high on something. And, you know, I'm looking. I look up. There ain't nothing there. I look down. But I look up. I'm like, there ain't nothing there. When we get out of the movie, I asked my dad in a real worried voice. I was a very logical kid. So when I was serious, I was really serious. And he's like, what's the matter? And I was like, are you guys okay? And he's like, well, of course, it was wonderful. I was like, but you guys were just reaching up into the air at nothing. And he looks at me, and his face just goes blank. He's like, you didn't see the asteroid floating above us in the theater? And I'm like, are you okay, Dad? It was a movie. And he's like, wait a minute, you didn't see the asteroid floating above us in 3D? And I'm like, no. And that's when we found out you need two eyes to see 3D. The 3D effect didn't work for me because I only had one eye. So the way it's literally trigonometry. So you have a distance between your eyes and you have a distance to the object. Well, how far away is the object? A squared plus B squared equals C squared. Okay? But you can also figure that out with angles. So if you know the distance between your eyes and you have 2 points, and those 2 points turn inward to look at an object, using the known distance between these points and the angle of these 2 points, you can figure out how far away the object is. We used to do this with rocketry. We'd have a sky tracker, and it was basically we would have a baseline to the pad, and we would follow the rocket up, and there's a hanging protractor, and we'd use a little bit of trigonometry to figure out how high the rocket went. And your eyes do the same thing internally. Your brain figures this out internally. We've evolved to figure this out. We don't know we're doing this math in our head, but we have figured out in our brains how to use that's why we have binocular vision. That's why we have the two eyes, so that we can use that known distance and angle and estimate how far away things are. About 160, roughly. So we can use trigonometry organically in our brain to figure out how far things are. Well, that's how we get our depth cues. Okay? Parallax, yes. And the way 3D works is by showing your left eye and your right eye two slightly different pictures. So in the movie, you have 3 images. You have the color image, the green image, and the red image. Or today, you have the color image and 2 different polarized images. But it's the same concept. So the one image is left shifted slightly, and the other image is right shifted slightly. And because your right eye has a red lens over it, it can't see the red, but it can see the green. And because your left eye has the green lens over it, it can see the red, but it can't see the green. Now, your brain, the first thing you might be wondering is, wait a minute, If I have two eyes, most people might think it works like this. Right eye, left eye, creating this whole image. No, that's not how it works. Your left eye and your right eye see basically the same thing, and your brain puts that data together into a single image. So you don't see double, even though you're technically seeing double. You're seeing double right now. You're seeing one image on this eye, and you're seeing one image on this eye. But because the data being shown is the same, your brain puts that data together into one single image. So what they're doing is they're showing your left eye and your right eye slightly different depth cues, which tricks your brain into thinking you're seeing distance. And that's why some people get sick, because your eyes aren't actually doing the thing they do, but you're seeing distance. And so it makes some people queasy and uncomfortable. Most of us don't. Most of us figure it out pretty quick and we get over it. Well, I can't see the other image because I only have one eye. So I get no depth cues. Exactly. And I actually had an interesting experience getting my driver's license. I actually failed the driving test. It took me 3 tries to get my driver's license. And there was nothing I can do. I couldn't even practice. Practice would not help. I was a perfect driver. The guy even told me I was one of the best drivers he's ever seen in a driving test. And he's like, why do you have so much problems with this one aspect? I got the same guy twice. That's exactly how you judge. That doesn't help with judging depth. That's how you judge depth. I had to learn a different way of judging depth. So there's one part of the test where you have to perform the equivalent of parallel parking. But you're not actually parallel parking. It's just a line on the ground, and you have to back up as if you're parallel parking, and you have to park against that line as if it's a curb. Okay? But there are rules. And those rules are what caused me the problem. First rule, you have to be less than 12 inches from the curb. So basically the guy's going to take his clipboard out the door, and if you're more than that clipboard away from the line, you fail. Second rule, you're not allowed to touch the line, because that would be like hitting the curb. Well, the problem is the only way I can parallel park is to hit the curb. I have to hit the curb. It's not optional. My tire must touch the curb. Because, well, actually, when you think about it, my visual problem is kind of like 3D printing. I need an end stop. So when you level your bed, you hit the Z end stop. Well, I require a Z end stop. Yes, I've seen though, you can actually find them on eBay. The rangefinders, the big wide separation, because the more your separation, the more accurately you can determine distance. So I require a Z end stop in order to parallel park. I cannot tell how far I am from the curb. I can't. I'm looking at a tiny curb through a tiny mirror. There are no cues for me to use. No, there's nothing I can learn. There's nothing I can practice. I will never be able to tell you how far I am from a curb when I parallel park a car. So how do I do it? Well, I create a Z end stop. I install an end stop switch. My end stop switch is my tire touching the curb. Because if my tire touches the curb, what is my distance from the curb? It's 0. So now I know where the 0 point is, and now I can park my car properly. But the problem is, you're not going to see a curb feeler in a mirror. It's too tiny. So the problem is, my only method of properly parallel parking was illegal in their rules. So it was pure RNG. I just had to keep taking the test until I got lucky, and I was within 12 inches. It's nuts. Every other part of the test, no problem. If you told me to go outside and parallel park between 2 cars, I would do it better than 99% of the rest of the country does it, because most of the people suck at doing that. But I find it pretty easy. I can fit my car in a pretty tiny space. I'm good. But because of the way they did the test, I couldn't do it. Because I couldn't put my ZN stop there. So I was always one end of the car was a little more than 12. It was usually the front end. I could usually get the back end of the car within 12 inches of the curb. But, well, there's no curb, though. It was just a painted line on the ground. There's no curb. And worse, you can't see the front tire. So usually what would happen is the back of the car would be 6 inches from the curb, and the front of the car would be 15 inches from the curb. I couldn't bring the front end closer because I couldn't see it. And, well, no, when I say touch the curb, I mean touch. I'm not running into the curb and going, grrr. I'm literally going, touch, okay, and then I pull forward. It's literally a touch. Now, when I'm parking between other cars, I don't need that cue. Because my cue, when I park between other cars, becomes my alignment with the other cars. If I'm like this to the car in front of me, then I know I'm too far out. If I'm like this, I know I'm farther in. So all I have to do is line my car up with the other cars. But during the driver's test, there is no cars in the front and back. It's just a line painted on the ground. It's almost like that specific test was designed to fuck with me. And then, before you take the driving test, this is hilarious. Before you take the driving test, you have to do a written test. With us, it was just 25 questions on a computer, and you'd pick the answers. If you got more than 3 or 4 wrong, you failed. And then the second part was an eye test. Okay, they actually test for certain defects in vision. If you watch the there's an old movie where the guy is working to become an Apache helicopter pilot, and he actually has this dysphasia problem where his left eye and right eye don't synchronize properly. So he had a problem using the heads up and the scope on the Apache helicopter, or Cobra helicopter, one of those. So he had a problem using the scope, and he had to practice more than normal to adapt to the defect he had. But he eventually ended up passing, I believe, if I remember right. But it's an old movie that did that. I don't remember the name of the movie. But anyway, I almost got into a fist fight with a Pennsylvania state trooper. Like, I was ready to jump over the table and just beat the shit out of this guy. Because I prided myself on my intelligence. I worked very hard on my intelligence. I worked very hard in school. And I prided myself on being a reasonable, logical, intelligent person. And this guy was insulting me, intellectually insulting me. And he probably had an IQ of 80. Oh no, I was mad. Like, I was like really mad. Like, the 2 other cops got up and had their hands on their guns and cuffs. I mean, it was very, very, very tense. And so you have this machine, okay? It's not electronic. It's a mechanical machine with 2 illuminated displays inside. And the way it works is that there were rows of lines with numbers above them. Might have been letters too, but I think it was all numbers. So they would tell you, I think it was 3. So it was a grid of 9. So it was 3, 3, and 3. You see me doing it with my 2 hands. If you know what I'm talking about, you already know where I'm going with this. So there were 18 of these in the system, but there were only 9. So how does that work? Remember what I told you about you seeing double? Well, when you put your face into this machine, your forehead pressed a bar which illuminated the inside of the machine. Okay, so you couldn't see inside until you put your face in the machine. And they would say, okay, read line 2. And so I read line 2. I'm going to make up some numbers. 1, 2, 3, blank, 4, 5, 6. And he's like, what? I put my head back in the machine and I said, 1, 2, 3, blank, 4, 5, 6. And he's like, blank? I'm like, yeah, blank. And he's like, oh, read line 1. I put my head back in the machine. 7, 8, 9, 4, 5, 6, blank. And he looked at me. He's like, can you read? And I looked at him and I was like, what did you say? And he's like, can you read? What do you mean blank? I was like, what do you mean? It's self-explanatory. There's 2 sets of numbers and then a line with nothing. Blank. No numbers. And he's like, there's 3 sets of numbers. And I'm like, no, there isn't. And he's like, maybe you need to go back to grade school. And I stood up and I was like, Are you fucking mad? And my dad stood up. The other two state troopers stood up. And I looked at him and I was like, don't you know how to use your own goddamn machine? And I punched the machine with my fist. The two cops jumped. My dad jumped. I jumped and looked down because now when I punched the machine with my fist, the light turned on. And I stopped. Because I was looking in, my fist was on the machine, and now I was looking in the machine from a distance. And I did not curse too much as a kid. I curse a lot now. I shouldn't. I really need to break that habit. But I looked at the cop with my head sideways. I was like, are you a fucking moron? And he got mad and came forward. I was like, you don't even know how your goddamn machine works. I almost knocked over the desk as I tried to turn the machine to face him so he could see it. And it only turned a little bit and then the desk started tipping. And I was like, do you see the note on the top of my application there where it says that I can only see out of my right eye? And then the cop next to him, I think, understood because I saw the cop go. I saw him make a move like, oh shit, I understand. I was like, I got one fucking eye, you moron. I was like, I can only see the right image. There are two images in your machine. And the guy's just looking at me like he's brain dead. He doesn't understand. I was like, you're showing two separate pictures. And each picture has some numbers and some blanks with no numbers. And then your brain puts the two images together and you see 9 sets of numbers. I was like, probably see half of it. And the other guy was like, okay, calm down. And I was like, he doesn't have to be an asshole and insult me because he doesn't understand how his own goddamn test works. I was so mad. Oh my god. And the other guy leans over with his thing and he pushes the thing and looks inside and he's like, oh yeah, some of them are blank. Because the way it worked was you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But on the left side, you had, blank, 4, 5, 6, blank. And on the right side, you had 1, 2, 3, blank, 7, 8, 9. So the one side had 2 blank lines, and the right side had 1 blank line, with the one I was reading. And when you could see both, your brain would put those 2 together, and you would see all 3 lines with 3 numbers above each. And I forget what it's called. There's a condition people can have where the brain incorrectly puts the 2 pictures together. It doesn't put them together right. It's blurry or it's offset or something. There's a condition that's dangerous for people to drive with that they don't know they have sometimes because you adapt to it in real life. You don't realize you have this condition until you do certain activities that require you not to have this condition. And that test apparently tested for that condition. Apparently, whatever reason, that it was important enough that that specific eye exam tested for that specific condition. And, whatever. I just wanted to eat the guy. I wanted to chew his face off because he called me a moron and said I couldn't understand remedial English and I had to go back to grade school and learn how to read. I was like, motherfucker, I have 172 IQ. I could spin your fucking ass intellectually from here to Pluto. Piece of shit. I'm getting mad now remembering it. Like I got little shakes because I'm angry. The adrenaline's pumping. Reasons to eat people. We're calling it reasons to eat people. But what are you gonna do? It just bothered me so much because he didn't understand his own. Oh, no wonder this computer's going crazy. I got a whole bunch of browser windows open, and that not good for the CPU. Oh, it's still only 50%. So it's not that bad. What are you going to do? So I can't be a fighter pilot, I can't be an astronaut, and I can't be a surgeon. Because all of those things, basically perfect vision is mandatory. Well, I can't be a NASA astronaut. I could probably be a SpaceX astronaut. They probably won't care. So, I also found these too. These super flat little chargers. So it's a USB-C PD 18-watt charger, but it's super, super flat. So when you pop out the plug, you can plug this in behind something and it sits flat against the wall like that or flat against the top like that. Really nice. That's handy for hotels when you got to reach behind something and plug it in. Yeah, what a pain in the butt that is. Alrighty. That's it. You saw the prints from the Speed Racer printer? Yeah, for real, right? So you saw the prints we made. Hopefully next week I will have the Astro done. I'm looking forward to finishing him up. As soon as we're done here, I'm going to load up the white filament and print the white parts. And then I think I just need to print the black tongue and the green collar that he wears. I think that's all I got to print. And you saw the cool little toolkit that we got off of Amazon. Links are down below for that. That is not what I wanted to do. See, there it goes. Right there, 38 bucks. You know, it's a nice little toolkit. It's worth the $38. I think it's a pretty decent bargain. When I get this and try it out, I'll show you guys that. I have that on the way. And of course, I love that little hobby knife. Especially once you remove these bits. And you're good to go. But that's it. I'm going to get a plant in this. I think I'm going to put the strawberry plant in this. I got a strawberry plant if I didn't kill it.
Hi, everyone.
So I think I'm going to transfer the strawberry plant to my grenade and go from there.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah, they heard you first time. Shao said hi.
I'm giving them this after I give them this.
Well, that you're kind of supposed to give it to them out of the tube, but it's a pain in the butt, so just put it in a bowl and let them eat it.
Okay, there's two
Squeeze
in
one
here.
out. Yeah, no. Give them that first. See how they like it.
What, the pack?
Oh, give them second. Yeah, because you can put it on top of the food if they don't finish their food.
No, that's why I was going to give them this first and then this.
Because it'll encourage them to eat more. So you haven't fed them yet?
No, I'm getting ready to.
So it's Michelle. It's 3:30 in the afternoon. No wonder the cats were going apeshit crazy. They were hungry, and you were starving them. Do you see what she does? You see, she's not feeding the cats. She's starving these poor cats.
That was just over here. The cat's got a hold of that.
You know I'm going to throw that at you, right? You know I'm going to whop you on the back of the head with that. She's starving these poor cats. I cannot. It's 3:30 in the afternoon. The cats haven't eaten in 20 hours. No wonder they were going crazy. They were hungry. You horrible, cruel, inhuman cat torturer. You horrible, inhuman cat torturer. No, it's your job.
When did you put out your litter box?
Hey, no, I'll let you do that.
No, fuck you. That's not my job. That wasn't the deal.
Yeah, exactly. Tempting fate. She's the only one who's been feeding the cat for the last couple of months. So what do you think those cats are going to do to her tonight? They're going to kick her ass tonight. That's what they're going to do. I know, because he's hungry. I didn't realize they weren't fed. Oh, those poor cats. Those poor starving cats. Alrighty. I will see you guys next week. Oh, I forgot to tell you, that new laser cutter that's coming in. Like I was telling you, these laser engravers are just dangerous. Because that laser light is so dangerous. So they came up with a novel idea that even I didn't think about. I don't know how they handle the smoke. It'll be interesting to see how they handle the smoke. You know, the cast-off residue. But you know how you have the plastic that stops the laser light? Well, what they do is they put a little cage of that plastic around the laser head. So now it stops the laser light from even coming out. That's genius. I can't wait to get it and play with it. So that's it. I will see you guys later. I'm going to get a hold of these guys and see what they're willing to trade for barter to start getting some of this stuff done. And then see if those $10 desks are still available. Because the problem is I need my trailer to go get them. And right now my trailer's full of shelving. So I'm going to see if those desks are still available. Because I can line up one whole end of the container with desks. You know, all the same. So it'll all be the same height. And then I'll have plenty of space to start setting up. I won't be able to plug them in or anything. But I can at least have them set up on a table. You know, all neat, organized, arranged. I can get to stuff. I can manage and work with stuff at that point. Because right now, it's all just in crates. It's just too much. So that's it. I will see you guys later. You guys have a great day. Thank you so much for joining into my channel. Thank you, Colin, for the PayPal. I appreciate that so much. And thank you, Michael, for joining my Patreon. I appreciate that so much. If you guys want to support me, using any of my affiliate links down below, I earn a commission when you use that. So I get a percentage, usually 1 to 3%. So you spend $100, I make $3. On those affiliate links, for the Amazon links, official wording as an Amazon associate, I earn from qualifying purchases. I also have PayPal and Ko-fi for donations. And somebody who, was it Kyle? Gave me $2 on Super Chat. I believe it was Kyle. I want to say it was Kyle. I'm not 100% sure. But I think it was Kyle. Hopefully I remembered your name, because that's important. I actually can't go back far enough in the chat. It only goes back so far. So I can't actually see who did. I believe it was Kyle Davis, I think. Who gave me $2 in Super Chat. I prefer PayPal because they only take 3%, while Super Chat takes 30%. And then, also, if you want a long-term support, there is a Patreon down below where you can support me with a monthly payment. So, thank you very much, and I will see you guys next week.